This is the interview of Reuben Race. What's the date today? February the 18th,
Yeah.
1995. Okay. Give me your full legal name.
My name's Reuben Cleo Race.
And when were you born?
I was born January 2nd, 1927 in Orchard, Nebraska. Antelope County, they called it then.
And were you born in a home or in a house?
I was born in a home, my Aunt Lula's house. My mother was 16 years old and my dad was 19.
And why were you born in a house rather than in a hospital?
Well, the only hospital they had really was in O'Neill. Orchard had a little clinic, but it wasn't big enough to handle anything like a birth or something like that. Dr. Fletcher was the doctor that delivered me.
Do you remember any details about your birth? Was it easy for your mom or was it difficult?
Well, I was born, I think I was born 7 pounds, 4 ounces, and my mother had a difficult time because during that period was during the Depression, and she didn't eat very well. So when the doctor told her all along that I might not come out the way I want to be because of the fact that she starved so much, but I came and then I was in pretty good health for the problems that I had by not eating and stuff.
So what was your father's full name?
My father's full name was Floyd Jr. Race.
And how old was he when you were born?
19.
And your mother's full name?
Helen Butterfield. No, Helen Gertrude Butterfield.
Race.
Race.
And how old was she when you were born?
16.
Okay. Did you remember anything as far as a brief little scenario of your mother and father at the time you were born? What were they doing?
Well, my dad was working on a farm for, I can't think of the gentleman's name, but anyway, he was making 50 cents a day.
And where was this at?
And that was in Orchard, outside of Orchard, about 10 miles.
What was he doing?
He did plowing and corn and alfalfa and stuff like that. He did everything.
And what was your mother doing at that time?
My mother was kind of like a homemaker. She didn't work. In fact, she didn't like school too much. When she did go to school, she enjoyed it, but that's why she got married so young.
So at the time of your birth, your parents were having a difficult time, or was that what was happening throughout the entire country?
Well, it was, the entire country was in trouble in a bit of the Depression, so the money didn't come easy. So a lot of stuff they didn't pay with cash; they paid with food or whatever bread or whatever they exchange materials like that so they could eat, the people could eat and everything. It was a difficult time for everybody, especially the farmers.
Do you remember who your parents named you after?
My mother's grandfather named me.
What was his name?
You know, I'm blank right now what his name was. It was, anyway, he named me. My mother's grandfather. I only saw my grandfather very few times when I was little.
And he gave you both your first name and your middle name?
And, yeah.
And did he ever tell you how he named you
No,
then?
never did. And like I said, I never saw too much of him when I was little. He was always on the go.
Did your mother ever tell you what she thought about you when you were born?
The only thing my mother said to me was that she was so glad I was born without any problems because of the fact that she hadn't eaten very well during that 9 months. That's the only remark I ever...
Did your father ever make any remarks about you?
No, he was just thrilled to death that I was born, and he had a boy, which was he wanted.
No other comments from your dad?
No, not that I can remember.
At that time, did you have any older brothers or sisters?
Yeah, I'm the oldest, and then my brother Morris, Wayne Race, and then my sister, Karen, uh, I mean, Bonnie Jean Harrison. That was her married name. But Bonnie Jean was the youngest of all of us. She was the girl.
Did your mother or father ever tell you what kind of personality you had when you were a baby? Were you a good baby? Did you sleep all night? Or did you cry?
Well, I had a tendency to run away all the time.
No.
And my mother used to put a harness on me and put me on the clothesline when we lived down in Culver City near Washington and Overland. It's a couple of blocks from there. I can't remember the name of the street. But they had a duplex there, and the people that lived around us raising Holy Cain with them because they would see me chained up on this clothesline. But I kept getting away and running up and down the streets and get lost. And the Culver City Police Department brought me home a couple of times. I know that.
Okay, now as a baby, do you remember, did your mom and dad ever tell you what your first words were? Did you say mama or daddy or?
No, I don't remember anything like that at all. My mother didn't talk too much about, the little things that...
Why didn't she? Wasn't it?
Well, the reason I think mostly is because they were trying to make a living. It was tough in those days. A lot of people don't realize the Depression, what it did to a lot of people. It was a survival thing.
And during the time that you were a baby, you lived in O'Neill, Nebraska?
No, we lived in Orchard.
Orchard? How long did you live there? Do you remember?
Well, we lived in Orchard till I was about 3 or 4 years old. And then my dad came to California. He was going to get a job.
And did you live in a house, or what type of home did you live in Orchard?
Orchard, we had a house. We lived in a little house.
Do you remember where that was at?
That was, if I remember right, Ann Orva had a little place in the back of a piece of rental property that she had. And we lived there for a long time, and then my dad decided to come to California because he wasn't doing too good in Nebraska.
Okay. Now, as a child, growing up maybe 3, 4, 5 years old, do you describe to me how you looked? Were you tall, skinny, heavy?
No, I was just kind of a normal kid. I was on the thin side when I was younger, but that was just due to the fact the way we ate and everything. I mean, but I didn't have any problems to speak of.
Well, not necessarily problems, but just what you looked like. Did you have a lot of hair?
Well, yeah, I had my, I can't really give you detail of the fact that I was just a normal. I had my hair and everything like that, and I wasn't heavy. I was a thin boy, but like I say, I can't really give you more than that answer.
Well, tell me some of the things you remember most about yourself as a child. You told me one about where you were chained up.
Yeah.
What other kind of things happened to you now when you were just a small child?
Yeah, well, I was young then. I remember one time my Aunt Mattie and Uncle Harry lived over on Olympic Boulevard when we were living in Culver City. And I guess I was a brat at times, and my Uncle Harry said, boy, if I ever got the chance to have that kid by myself, I'd make a saint out of him. So anyway, my mom and dad had a chance to go somewhere, and I can't remember where, but they set it up that I was going to stay at Uncle Harry's and Aunt Mattie's house for the night. So when I got over there, naturally, my Uncle Harry was ready. The only unfortunate thing was I was a saint that night. I did everything they said to do and everything, and he was so mad that I was such a good kid that he never did get over that. He said I was just waiting for the chance to give him a good licking, but didn't do it. So.
Any other things that you can remember as a child at home?
Well, my father worked, when I was little, he worked 2 jobs actually. He worked for Edgemar Farms and Adors, and he used to work for them, and he didn't have much time for us, me and my brother. But he always brought milk home in a 2-gallon can, and we used to have all the milk we wanted to drink when we were kids. That's why I drink a lot of milk today, I think. But other than that, we were a normal life. I ran around, where I lived on, when we lived on Mitchell Avenue, where we lived most of our life. I had a lot of friends that I ran around with. We did the normal things. We played baseball and football, rode our bikes, and did just about everything any normal kid would do at that age.
As far as any of your friends that you grew up with as a child, who are some of those that you remember around the age of, what, 5, 6, 7, 8?
Well, the only ones they were a little older than that, 7, 8, 9. My old friend Tony Redburn, who's still alive, he lives in Hidden Hills, and Gordon Williamson, who lives in Reno, Nevada now. We used to run around together all the time.
What were some of the things that you did?
Oh gosh, we used to go over here by Hughes Aircraft, and we'd get a piece of cardboard and we'd slide down the mountain. And the mountain had a lot of green grass, so boy, you go down that hill doing about 90 miles an hour. We used to have a lot of fun doing that. Then we used to go swimming in the old Baloney Creek down here, where at adjacent to Jefferson Boulevard. We used to go swimming in there, and we thought that was great fun. We used to have a lot of fun. We rode our bikes everywhere. We went. In those days, they used to have an airport down on the corner of Sepulveda and Culver. It was called the old Culver City Airport. And we used to go down there and watch the airplanes take off and land, take off and land. It was a lot of fun. In those days, there wasn't a lot of traffic around, and there wasn't a lot of businesses and stuff. Things were pretty quiet in those days. Nothing had started to develop yet like it is today.
Are there any stories that someone's told to you in later life about when you were a child that might have happened to you?
Well, let's see. Well, the only thing I can remember is when my Aunt Lula and my Uncle Ray had a farm one time. They raised a lot of hogs, and they'd sell them on the market, So one day I got out there, and unfortunately I unlocked the gate where the hogs were at. And anyway, about 75 pigs just went in all directions, and I never got over that, boy. I mean, my Aunt Lula and Uncle Ray were so hot over that they didn't know what to do. But we eventually got all the pigs back in the bin, but it took several hours to get them all back where they were supposed to be. But that was an incident that I never forgot.
What was the incident about you jumping into the hay or something?
Oh, yeah. Well, we used to have a
Where did that happen?
2-story barn, and we used to have a thing in it where it swung out, and then you'd put the rope down to the bottom, and you'd bring the hay up in the bales, and then you'd put them inside the... So we used to swing on that all the time. But
where was this at?
This was at my Aunt Lula's and Uncle Ray's farm, just outside of Orchard.
About how old were you when that happened?
Oh, I must have been about 7 years old then. 6 or 7, somewhere in there.
And what happened?
Well, I only went to Orchard Grammar School just a matter of weeks, and then we left and went to California.
Okay. Did anything happen to you when you dove into the hay?
Oh, no, we just had a good time. At one time we did, and a snake come out, and that just about... We almost jumped out of our skins because the snake was in the hay, and... But other than that, we just did normal things on the farm,
Didn't you hurt your finger?
Oh, yeah. One time I cut my finger almost in half. Like I had one of my rampages, I guess, that's what they said. And I put my fist through my grandmother's door. And when I did, I split my finger wide open all the way from the tip all the way up to the knuckle here. And in those days, my mom and them didn't have any money, so they clipped it together with butterflies. In those days, there was a little piece of tape, and they'd cut it in little strips, and then they'd pull the skin together and then put the tape on them. They called them butterflies in those days. anyway, that finger healed and did pretty good. The only thing is I couldn't bend it all the way down to my hand anymore. But yeah, I had that incident happen where I broke the door, glass door.
Now you were saying that you'd only gone to school just a short time. So what was the name of the first school that you went to? And where was
Orchard
it?
Grammar School.
And that was located where?
Just about 4 blocks from my grandmother's house in Orchard. The high school's there now, Orchard High School.
But that used to be the elementary school?
Yeah, that used to be the elementary school out where the football field is.
Do you remember when you first went to that school?
No, not exactly. I know my mother took me, and I don't think I can remember anything. I just remember my mom took me to school, and I just went from there, went to school.
And then you only went there a few weeks and you moved to where?
California. And we moved out to California. We moved to, the first place we moved to was near Overland in Venice, in a duplex.
And you went to school in that area?
Yeah.
Do you remember that school?
It was La Bayona School in those days. And then I went to, from there we moved down to Sunset Avenue in Venice. And I went to Edison Grammar School there. It's now a trade school for the LA City School District. But that was our grammar school. And when I was there, going to school there, I got trench mouth off of the water fountain.
And what's trench mouth?
Well, trench mouth is the sores that get inside your mouth. And in those days, they had the only way they could cure it was they had to go to the doctor, and I never forgot, he was down on Main Street, and where the main road went into the pier at Ocean Park. I forget the name of that street. But anyway, right there in the corner, the building's still standing upstairs, and what they did was they put it looked like a purple light in my mouth. And what it did is dried up the sores. And I'd have to hold that in my mouth for like 5-10 minutes at a time, and he kept moving it around. Finally I got rid. But oh, that was devastating to have trench mouth, because I couldn't eat. Every time I ate something, I'd bleed a little bit, and all that. And yeah, my mother. And then and that was close to 32. We moved from there to Long Beach. My dad got a job at Mountain View Dairy, and the reason why we moved from Venice was the earthquake in 1932. It didn't do any damage to our house, but boy, it tore everything else up, the school and everything like that. So we moved to Long Beach on Daisy Avenue, and we had a house there. And it was a nice house. It was a nice big house. And my dad worked for Mountain View, which was just down the street about 3 blocks. And he had a good job there. He made pretty good money. And I went to school to Orange. It was called Orange Street School, Grammar School. And we were in tents for a long time because of the earthquake. So we went to school in tents there. The only thing I can remember one time at that school was we were playing baseball, and the bat fell out of my hand, and it hit this poor kid in the mouth and busted up a bunch of teeth and everything like that. And I was just sick over that because the bat just slipped right out of my hands. But oh, that was devastating. I never did get over that for a long time. But he finally came out of it, and everything was okay after that. But I didn't have many friends in Long Beach. Me and my brother used to go fishing all the time. We'd go down to the Los Angeles River, there at the mouth where it is now. It's called now Golden Shores or something like that. But we used to go fishing down there, me and my brother. We had a lot of fun together, me and my brother. We did a lot of things together. We didn't have many friends. We had friends, but I mean, they weren't the type where we hung out together or anything like that.
Do you remember any of the teachers in particular at any of those schools that you remember because they were nice or possibly not nice? Or
Mrs. Williams was a neat teacher at Long Beach.
About what grade were you in?
I don't know. I think I was in the first or second grade, third grade, somewhere in there.
What do you remember about her?
Oh, she was really neat. I was having a lot of trouble in school, trying to concentrate on English and stuff like that. And she took me under her wing and she showed me, and she was real patient with me and everything. And she just gave me the impression she was interested, and that made a lot for me. My mom and dad didn't help me too much in school. I kept asking my mother to sit down with me and kind of, but my mom, you know, she had a lot of things to do, keep the house up and everything like that, so it didn't work out too good that way. But the teachers, let's see, I can't think of any other teacher that I had that I can remember. But after we left there, we moved to Mitchell Avenue from Long Beach. My dad got a chance to take on a job at Arden's Farm over on Beverly Boulevard, and he went over there, and he got about double the money he was making in Long Beach at Mountain View.
What school did you attend?
I went to Betsy Ross, which was only about 100 yards from the house, and Betsy Ross now is a legal school for attorneys.
How long did you go there to Betsy Ross?
Oh, I went there through the 5th and 6th grade.
Okay.
And then I went from there, I went to Venice High School. Venice High School then was a 6-year high school. The 7th and 8th and 9th grade were considered juniors. And the 10th and 11th and 12th, you were classified as a senior. So it was real nice. I liked Venice High School. I enjoyed going to Venice. I had to struggle at Venice, so I had a Miss, you talk about teachers, I had a Miss Biscoe that had the English class. She just, if it wasn't for her, I would have never made it. But there was a lot of good teachers. Mrs. Rokoff, she was in science and history, and Mr. Richards in chemistry and everything like that. They were all good teachers. And Mrs. Slosser, she was a good teacher too.
When you were in elementary school, let's go back to that for a moment, what was your favorite subject?
You know, I can't really say probably recess.
What was your favorite game to play at recess? What did you guys like
Well,
to
we
do
played
back then?
kickball, you know, and the normal things like they do in school today. Mostly kickball, and that was fun.
Did you have any friends at any of these schools? I know you said you didn't have a lot, but who were some of your friends at these elementary schools that you remember? And any stories about them that you can recall?
Well, let's see. At Betsy Ross, I didn't have too many friends because of the fact that I'm trying to think of somebody that I might have. See, when I was in that grade, let's see, at Betsy Ross, when I'd get home from school and I'd do my homework, I worked for a fellow by the name of Henry Manamaker. He had a dairy there, and I used to wash the bottles, so I didn't have much time to play. I'd get home, do my homework, go over and wash bottles, and then come home and have dinner, and whatever homework left I had, I'd go to bed and get up, and that's the way it went, routine.
So in your childhood,
I can't remember of anybody really strong that I can remember. Oh, Dorothy Irvine, who I knew in those days. She lived down the street from me, but and the Colemans, they didn't have they had a boy and a girl, but I didn't play with them too much.
Who did you consider your best friend in elementary school?
Gee, I really, the only one I can think of is Tony Redburn. Me and him went through grammar school and high school until he quit during World War II.
You had told me a couple stories about how you got in trouble for some of the things that you did. When you were caught doing something wrong, normally how did your parents punish you when you were in elementary school?
Well, my mother was a disciplinarian, but she more or less talked to us. But my dad, when he said something, we better do it. We got a few spankings that weren't the best. Today, I guess they'd classify them as being abusive child, you know, being abused. But my dad wasn't real strict, but he was. All you had to do was talk to you, and you knew that you better move. Because in those days, discipline was a big thing in those, especially me and my brother. My sister, there was not many problems with her. She's a girl.
They usually just take a belt to you?
My dad would once in a while, but it wasn't that often. It wasn't what I would say, you know, once a week or once a month or something. It was really far and in between. But they would discipline us by, we couldn't do anything for a week or something like that. We'd have to stay right in the yard and stuff like that.
Now, as a small little boy, what were some of the chores that your mom or dad had you do around the house?
Well, my job was strictly the trash and keeping the yard clean. That was my job.
What'd you have to do?
And then I had pigeons. I used to raise pigeons. And then I had some chickens, some Rhode Island Reds. In fact, they were really old chickens. I mean, I had them until they died from old age. I mean, that's how long I had them. But mostly my activity was taking care of the yard and doing my chores, taking the barrels out and stuff like that.
What chores did you dislike the most?
Oh, I hated putting out the trash. It was the pits. Because I had to bring it from way in the back of the house to the front yard. And we had an alley, but the city wouldn't go for picking up in the alley, and that would have been perfect because I was only 3 feet away. But I'd have to take the barrels from there. And I used to have a skateboard. I made it out of 2x4s with an apple box and then 2 handles on it. And I used to set the barrels on those and run them out to the front yard so the trash man could pick them up.
And chores you liked the most, or were there ever any chores that you liked the most?
Not really. I just did what I was supposed to do, and that's it. I didn't really have a favorite one at all.
Did you have a favorite parent that you liked? Did you feel a little closer to your mother or your father? You know, what stands out in your mind?
My mom was, I couldn't ask for a better mother. She was a good mother. But, you know, she was brought up through what I call a rough time of life. People just had to really struggle in those days, and especially in the 30s and the early 40s until the war started in 1942. You know, then people started getting on their feet because the women started to work. And my mother worked. She worked in a cafeteria over there by Douglas, and you know, that extra money meant a lot. So it was one of those things where the money situation was the biggest problem.
And tell me about when, in your early childhood, what were some of the rules that your mother and father had for you in the house, or how you...
Well, we lived at 12106 Mitchell Avenue. I never forgot that. The house still standing. They still rent it. The people that originally owned it, what was their names? The O'Neills. It's now owned by the O'Neills, but it's their niece or somebody about the second generation. They still own it.
And what were some of the rules that your parents had while you were growing up in that house?
Well, they just, you know, we had to be in bed by 8:30 or 9 and stuff like that. We, in the mornings, we weren't allowed to get up out of bed before 8 o'clock and stuff like that.
And did your parents have certain rules about your clothes or the bedrooms?
No, we had to keep our rooms had to be kept clean. We weren't allowed to. Because, see, my brother and I and my sister all were in one room. And we all had single beds. So my brother had one side of the wall, I had the other. My sister was at the end against the other wall. And it worked out, but it was very uncomfortable because we had to, you know, my sister changed. She had to have room. But it worked out after all those years, you know. We seemed to get along with it real good. My sister and my brother and I we're very compatible. We seemed to, we didn't have the problems like a lot of kids have today, hating each other and don't want to have nothing to do with one another. We're still very close, you know.
And when you were growing up, what'd you want to be when you grew up?
Well, when I was younger, I thought I was going to go in the police department, which I did take the exam, but I didn't get a high enough score in the LAPD. And I was 20-some years old then.
And so as
And,
a small child, that's what you wanted to be, was a police
yeah.
officer?
Mm-hmm. The only other thing I wanted to do in life was I was going to take up diesel engineering, but I kind of talked myself out of it because at that time I was thinking about other things, but I should have, if I look back now and said, well, if I had to do it over again, what would I do? I would say that I would like to have been a diesel engineer, which means, you know, I had a friend of mine who is a diesel engineer. Well, he's now since deceased, but he was a diesel engineer, and he went over to Saudi Arabia, and he went to China and all places, and all he worked on was diesel engines for generators. And he did very well with that job.
As you were growing up, did you have any favorite toys that you remember that you really liked to play with?
No, not really.
Did you have a lot of toys when you were growing up?
Not a real lot, but we had enough, you know. That,
what were some of the ones that you had?
well, I had a bike and a wagon, and I liked the bike because I was able to go around, you know, the area pretty far out from home, you know. And I used to go down to Tony Redburn's, my old buddy, but he lived down on Braddock, and I lived up on Mitchell, which was about maybe a half a mile or 3/4 of a mile from my house. So, but I had a bike. Yeah, I had a bike.
Did you have any favorite animals or pets?
Yeah, I had chickens. I had Rhode Island Red chickens.
How did you get involved with chickens?
I don't know. To this day, I don't know. I just happened to get them when they were little, and I raised them, and they would follow me around like a dog. It was the darndest thing. They followed me around, and down just beyond us, there used to be a cornfield. It's all apartment houses now, but in those days it was cornfield. And I used to get the corn and bring it home and take it off the husk and put them in jars. I got the corn and would store it in glass jars. The reason for it was that in those days I couldn't afford to buy pigeon feed and chicken feed. I mean, and you know, in those days, you know, you could buy pigeon feed for something like 6 cents a pound, but I didn't even have 6 cents to my name. So
well, how did you get involved with pigeons?
I don't know how I ever did.
Did they just
I
show up
built
one
a
day?
shack one day, and I had a place in the corner, and I made myself a little cage, and I started getting pigeons, and the first one I ever got was a great big big red one. I mean, he was huge. And then I got a couple more. A friend of mine trapped him on his house, and he gave them to me, and that's how I got started. I wound up where I had about maybe 15 or 20, but every week I had to rake it up, you know, and spray real good because they have lice real bad. So, and then I made some boxes where they could lay their eggs, you know, and everything. They had little ones, and it was neat.
You had baby pigeons?
Oh yeah. Yeah, they used to lay eggs, and then they'd catch them, you know, and they'd be so cute, the little things, you know, as they grew up. And you know, and they got to be so friendly, my birds, you know. They just come sit on my finger, you know, waiting for me to give them a piece of corn or something. It was something to... But I did that, and I had my chickens, and we had an old pepper tree out in the backyard, and I built a fort up in it. About 8 feet off the ground, I built a fort. And I used to sleep out there at nights when I was a kid.
With the chickens and the pigeons?
Oh yeah, the chickens would get up there in the tree and sit, and yeah, that was something.
Did you ever have any cats or dogs?
No, we had no cats, no dogs. Next door to me, there was a guy that had a hunting dog, coon dogs they called them. And I used to get friendly with those. They were always coming over the fence and wigging their tails, and I used to pet them and everything. They got to know me real well.
Did you, you were telling me times were hard. Did you have any, let's talk about clothes for a second. Did you have any clothes that were really nice dress-up clothes that you always kind of kept a little separate and only wore for certain occasions?
I just had regular dress clothes, and I didn't have really a lot of clothes.
Did you have a suit that was special?
No,
for, like,
I never owned a suit. In fact, I didn't have a suit, I don't think. I had a sports suit that my mom bought for me when I was about 16. That was the only dress up I had. In fact, I used to have to go to school sometimes. I had tennis shoes with holes in them, and I used to put cardboard in them to...
Now, what were your everyday clothes like when you were in elementary school? What'd you wear?
Oh, just regular jeans and shirt, you know, that was it.
Okay, were they hand-me-downs, or did
Oh
your mom
yeah,
go to
some
the
of them were
store?
hand-me-downs. My mom used to buy, over in Culver City, they used to have an outlet where they sold used clothes. And you could get them for like, 40 cents for a shirt and 60 cents for a pair of pants and stuff like that. It was right off the corner of, there used to be a nightclub, real famous, called the Cotton Club. It was on the corner of Jefferson and Washington. And right across the street was this wholesale house where you could do that.
And you were saying that some of your shoes had holes in them?
Yeah, my tennis shoes.
Why was that?
Well, my folks at that time, didn't have well, we'll have to wait till payday, which was once a month. My dad got paid once a month. It was the pits.
Well, being that times were tough, was there any one thing that your parents gave you that you kind of treasured more than anything else? A gift or something that was really important to you that you didn't want ever anything to happen to it?
Not really. I can't remember of anything that I can think of right at the moment.
You had said also that at one time you had trench mouth, and you got that from a drinking fountain.
Yeah, at the school.
Were there any other diseases that you remember as a
Oh
child?
yeah, I had measles and mumps.
You remember anything in particular about those?
Oh, the mumps was the worst. I had a horrible time. I couldn't eat very well, and you'd have to suck through a straw, and all I had was, liquids and stuff. But I had that, and I had the measles. Let's see, what else did I have? I had all the normal diseases.
Do you remember anything in particular that your mom or dad or any other relatives did for you? Did they have to babysit you while you were sick? Do you remember anything about any of those situations?
I don't remember anything like that.
Did you ever have any accidents when you were small? Break any bones? Anything like that?
No, no, I didn't.
Well, you had said you had one accident where you accidentally hit a little boy in the mouth with
Oh
a
yeah,
bat.
with a baseball bat.
What happened over
It's
that?
no, nothing. The school, I was a mental case over it because he busted his mouth in, all his teeth and everything. So they took care of it at school, but I was just sick about it because the bat just slipped right out of my hand. In fact, the boy ahead of me had the same problem, but the bat hit the backstop. It didn't hit anybody. Mine, I got up and went to swing, and the bat went right out of my hand.
Did you have any nicknames when you were small, a child?
No, I didn't have a nickname until I got to high school.
And so what did they call you when you were small?
Just Reuben.
Reuben? Tell me about when you were in elementary school. Did you have any childhood pranks that you pulled on anybody?
No, I can't think of any right at the moment. No, I don't think I ever had anything like that. Any pranks or anything I can think of.
Let me ask you this. When you were small, what did you think of your mother when you were a child?
Well, my mother was a hard-working woman. She always went out of her way to do things for us if she could. And
anything in particular that you remember that she went way out of her way for?
well, she used to make lemon pies, and I still blasted. Anyway, she made me lemon pies because I liked them. That was good.
Was she the type of mother that would kiss you when you were a child, or hug you, or?
No, Mom wasn't too affectionate that way.
Did she ever sing songs to you when you were a child?
No, nothing like that. No, my folks, they were good folks, but they just didn't do things like that. In a lot of ways, I think that's part that of my life, that I didn't show affection more and stuff like that.
But you did feel that your mother cared?
Oh yeah, she cared for us. She If anything came along and that she could do it, she'd do it. But if she didn't, you know, you just didn't do it. I mean, that's all.
Was there ever an act of tenderness that you saw at any time from your mom?
No, only when I was sick or something like that, she'd always kiss me on the forehead or something like that and tell me get well, you know, and all that or something. But I don't remember anything like that.
Do you remember anything as far as your father goes?
No, my dad was never that way. No.
Did he ever come in and show any affection at
No.
all?
No.
Now, what house did you live at the longest then when you were a child? The one on Mitchell?
Mitchell Avenue was the longest. Because I went from the 5th and 6th grade and I went all the way through high school until I went to the Army when I turned 18.
All right. When you were a child in elementary school, did you ever go on any group activities with the school?
Oh yeah, we used to do the standard things, you know, go to the zoo. We went to, I remember going to the florist downtown on a bus. And they showed us all kinds of flowers and everything like that.
Did you like those kind of trips?
Oh, they were neat. I liked going on trips because you didn't have to sit in the classroom all day long, you know, and the only time you got a break was a recess or something like that, you know.
So you went to the zoo, you went to a florist.
Oh yeah.
Remember any other trips that you went to?
We went, let's see. Oh yeah, we did one time go over to the stables. What was the name? I think it was called the Red Stables or the Red Barn Stables. Anyway, we got to see animals and horses and how they took care of them, groomed them and everything. That was a lot of fun too. And then they had a weenie bake for us afterwards. It was neat.
Well, now when you lived on Mitchell, were there a lot of houses around the area?
Just on Mitchell.
Okay, so
And the school.
if you were standing at your bedroom window and you looked out tell me what you saw.
Well, we lived on the west side of our house in the back. Me and my brother and my sister. If you looked out the window, you'd see the neighbor's house next door.
So there wasn't a big view of
No.
anything.
Mm-mm.
And what was around the house at that time?
Well, there was a glass house. There was a nursery across the street, and they had glass houses, great big long ones. They were about, you know, anywhere 300-400 feet long and, you know, 40 or 50 feet wide, and they raised all kinds of plants in them and vegetables and stuff like that, and then they'd ship them out and stuff like that.
Did you ever, as a child, go over to any of your friends' house and spend the night?
Yeah, I used to spend the night over at Tony's house.
What'd you do when you did that?
Well, we just usually just laid around, read comic books, and in those days, you know, or listened to a program on the radio, which was, you know, Captain Midnight and stuff like that. We used to watch, and Superman on the radio. You had to have a good imagination because radio in those days, you know, was strictly programs like that for the kids, you know. But we read mostly comic books and stuff like that.
If you could have changed anything about your childhood now that you can look back, what would you have done?
I guess maybe I would have been more aggressive in my school and try to get a better education and concentrate more on school, where I kind of was laxy-daisy in a lot of ways, you know. I mean, I got through school and I got some pretty good grades and stuff like that, but I still had problems. But basically, that's about that. And life-wise, I mean, I didn't go through the best times of life, you know. We went through the Depression, my folks. Then we struggled with that for about 6-7 years, and then the war came along in 1941, and that started another phase of our life.
Well, tell me about the Depression. How old were you at that time?
Well, I was a baby when the Depression in 1920. I was born in 1927, and that was the beginning of the Depression.
How long did that last?
Oh, well, for a lot of people, it lasted about 10 years. But for a lot of people, it was 4 or 5 years. It depended on the circumstances and everything. But it was rough for everybody in the United States. And in fact, today, I always wondered if a lot of the kids today, if they had to go through the Depression like a lot of the parents did, what they would be like. I don't think they can't even imagine what it was like.
What do you remember most about the Depression? I know you were
Eating.
small.
Eating was the hardest. I remember my dad used to go down. There was wild berries that used to be down by the park. I can't remember the name of the park. But they had wild berries hanging on the fence, and my dad used to go out there at nights, dark, no lights, no nothing, and pick those berries so we could eat. Yeah, it wasn't easy. We had milk and stuff like that because friends, would say, well, come on over and milk the cow and you can have the milk, and all that. But that's what they did. They exchanged food, I remember my grandmother used to raise tomatoes. They were huge beefsteak tomatoes like this. She'd get a nickel a piece for them. A nickel. And I can remember lots of times her going out there at night and killing all the snails and stuff that would crawl around. That's how rough it was.
How long do you remember the Depression going on? Until you were what age? When did things start getting
about
easier?
About 1936 to 37, it started changing a little bit. People were starting to get jobs and everything, And
Do you remember any of your friends at that time not having anything that you really noticed?
Yeah, Tony Redburn and his family, they were struggling. And in fact, I can't remember that guy's, what's his name, Hoffman or something like that, lived next door to Tony and them. He committed suicide because he'd been out of work something like 3 years and he couldn't make ends meet. No, it was rough. It was tough for a lot of kids. A lot of kids today wouldn't believe that went on during the Depression, but it did.
So it wasn't hard just on the parents, it was hard on the kids too?
Well, it was hard on the whole country. I mean, everybody was struggling.
Well, let me ask you a little bit now about your brothers and sisters. You had how many brothers and how many sisters?
I had one brother and one sister. Morris.
Tell me about Morris. Describe his personality and what he looked like.
Well, my brother he was thinner than me.
How much younger was he?
Let's see, I'm 68, so he has to be around 65. And then he was like me. He just basically, me and him played together all the time because that was all we had, just me and him.
Now you said he was thinner. Did he?
Yeah, he was thinner.
Look different than you or like you?
No, yeah, in a way. I look more like my father, I guess, than he does. But he was, like I say, he was physically, he was different than me. He was thinner, and he wasn't in for sports or anything like that. He was big and tall. He was about 6'3" or 4".
What were your feelings towards your brother? Were they always nice, or did you?
My brother and I got along very well. In fact, we've talked about it several times about, I don't know what happened, but we never had the problems that they have today, fighting with one another or something over something.
So you mean you never fought with your brother?
We might have had a disagreement or something, but we never fought or anything like that. No, we were kind of compatible. He used to wear my clothes and I used to wear his, we just...
Any stories you remember about your brother and you growing up?
We just played together and went around together. We didn't, we didn't have a very exciting life, really, when you think about it right now.
Were there ever any ways that your brother helped you out in school or?
Well, when my brother and I, when my folks got divorced, me and my brother lived in a little dollhouse down the street from us. And I was working for Arnold Super Ranch Market.
Well, now wait a minute. You and your brother were living in a house?
Yeah.
Where was your mom and dad?
Mom and dad got divorced, and they were fighting over us.
What
who
year
was going to go where. And I told my mother I wasn't going to go with anybody. I was going to go on my own. So my brother said, well, I'll go with my brother.
How old
And
were
that's
you guys at this time?
We were getting them in our teens, 16, 15, somewhere around there.
What grade were you
And
in
my
at school?
sister stayed with my mother for a while, and then she went with my dad.
So what grade were you in at this time?
Well, we were going to grammar school.
Grammar school?
Yeah, we were in grammar school in the
So
last.
what grade was that?
That'd be the 6th grade.
Okay, and so you and Morris go and move into your own house.
Yeah, we lived.
How did you find a house that they?
Well, we used to do yard work for her, and we told her one day, said me and my brother are going to be looking for a place to live, and I said the reason why is my folks are getting a divorce. In fact, you know, and he said, well, we have that dollhouse out back if you want it. So we went out and looked at it, and we thought, well, gee, we can live in this thing, you know, I mean, both will. It was big enough you could put a bunk bed and a hot plate and like that. We had our clothes. We used to stack them there on a shelf. And
Well, what did your parents think about this?
oh, my mom was very upset about it, and my dad, he was dead against it. But we just told him, look, we're not going to live with either one of you because it's too much of a hassle. And that was it. My mother did have the truant officers come over, and they, by law, they had to, they were going to take us to court. And my brother and I said, no way, we'll live where we're at. So anyway, what had come out of it is that the school would send a woman over about once every 2 weeks, and they'd check us out and see how we were living. And we did good. Me and my brother did very well. We had a nice clean house, and I worked for Arnold's Super Ranch Market, like I said, after school, and my brother had a LA Times route in the morning, real early. In fact, I used to get up with him quite a bit, because if we both did it, we could get it done in about 40 minutes. And the other way, he'd be about an hour and a half. So we used to get up, go hurry like devil, deliver all the papers, then come home and go back to bed. And then we'd get up and go to school.
So how was that, living like that?
It wasn't the easiest for me and him, but we made it, and we decided, you know, right then and there that we weren't going to be tied down with my parents and him.
How long did you live like that?
Until I was 18, which is a couple of years. I had to register for the draft, World War II, so I registered in November before my birthday because the law said you had to do it before your 18th birthday. So I did. But the unfortunate thing was I was in high school in those days, in 1941, and I was drafted right away.
Well, let me ask you, with your brother and you living in the same house when you were small, did you ever have any ways of kind of teasing each other or anything like that?
No, we didn't. Like I said, me and my brother were pretty compatible. We, you know, we knew the problems and everything.
Tell me about Morris specifically. When the time came that he finally got married, what'd you think of his choice of a wife?
Well, I didn't really think too much of it. I knew that she seemed to be a nice gal, Gina, but she was wanting everything. She wanted everything, and I didn't think my poor brother could do it for her. You know, give her this, give her that, you know, buy this, buy that. And finally, my brother just cracked and he disappeared. That was the only sad part I always didn't like, is he just up and left. Never forwarded any address to me or the family. I understand my mother knew, but she never did come out and tell me that. But he went up to Oregon and got a job as a mechanic for Minute Maid orange juice.
So how long had he disappeared for before you finally saw him?
Gee, it was a long time. It was about 3 or 4 years. Yeah.
Tell me, are there any specific experiences that you remember about Morris, other than the ones you told me, that kind of stick out in your mind?
No, we,
About Bonnie?
like I say, we both went to school. We both did our, our thing, and we really didn't have much, to do other than the fact that just to make ends meet for us. I mean, we had to pay rent and stuff like that, and so we didn't have much money to play with in those days.
So describe to me your sister Bonnie. What was she like as a
Well,
child?
she stayed with my mother for a while, and then she wanted to go with my dad. So she went with my dad, and she stayed with my dad until she got married. But
Did she ever say why she wanted to leave her mom and
no,
go with her dad?
I never asked her. I never got involved with her that much over it because of the fact that she wanted to leave my mother. But my mother then was going with Frank, and
So what was the age difference between you and your sister?
my sister was, let's see, 59. She was 59. There was about 10 years, I guess, in between us.
Okay. And how did you feel towards Bonnie?
Well, she was great. My sister was a real, you know, she struggled along, she was having the same problems we had,
What kind of problems?
Well, just making ends meet and doing our thing, had clothes and stuff like that, She, I don't remember her ever working, to be honest with you. I can't remember her ever having a job. Um, but she survived. She went with my dad. I guess my dad gave her money to, my dad really liked Bonnie because she was the type that, she was very compatible to everybody. But
Did you ever fight with Bonnie at all when you were a child or growing up?
no, we didn't have any battles because we only saw each other in the evenings or in school, or I'd ask her about a question, and pertaining to school. I remember she had a set of encyclopedias that were given to her by the neighbors, and that helped me out a lot. I'd ask her, well, what can I write about this, and blah, 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 and she said, well, let's look up in the encyclopedia, and that was it.
Do you ever remember any thoughts as you were older watching your younger sister? Did you ever babysit her and have to take care of her?
Yeah, I had to babysit her a few times. But, at that age, I mean, she was no problem, to speak of. She wasn't a little dinky thing.
What do you remember about the time when Bonnie got married? What did you think of her choice for a husband?
I didn't think too much of it myself. Bill was very quiet and type of guy. He wasn't over Juliet or anything. He just, I guess he turned out to be a good husband for her because she never complained. My sister never complained about anything. She just went right along, and like I said, I guess, I asked her one time if she was really happy. She said she was, and so I left it at that.
You had mentioned how your sister used to help you with the encyclopedias. Were there any other ways that she helped you while you were growing up?
No, just school, trying to keep my head in the books so I wouldn't, I'd graduate out of school.
Was she afraid you weren't going to graduate?
Well, a few times there I was thinking about quitting because Tony Redburn quit. And he went to work for Douglas. And he was making good money, and I thought, gee, why don't I do that, But he never graduated, so... But I did. I finished and went on and graduated. I wanted to go on to Santa Monica College, but I didn't have the money in those days, so I just forgot the whole idea.
Did your sister ever say anything to you about her brother, Morris?
No, not too much. No, other than the fact that, we're brother and sisters. We, like I say, it wasn't too much excitement in those days.
Okay, as a teenager, what were some of the fads that you can remember? What did everybody do at high school?
Well, in high school in those days, it was during the war, so naturally there wasn't a lot of things they could do because gas rationing was on and all kinds of stuff. But the big fad in those days was wearing corduroys. and you'd wear corduroys till they would stand up. You wouldn't wash them for weeks.
Corduroy what?
Pants.
Okay.
And when we were kids, and oh, my mother used to scream bloody murder. Oh, we're going to wash those tomorrow. No, Mom, don't wash them, please. Because in those days, you'd wear those corduroys till they could stand up by themselves. They were so dirty. That was the big fad in those days, to wear dirty corduroys. I mean, especially the white ones, you know, where you'd really get them raunchy. I mean, but that was the big thing in those days. And also at Venice High School, Friday was slack day. The girls could only wear slacks on Friday. That was the dress standards. The rest of the time they had to wear skirts and stuff like that. They had real strict clothing. Ain't like today, I'll tell you that.
What were the fads like as far as hairstyles go? Or?
Oh, gee, some of them, the girls especially, would bump their hair way up on their head, you know, and you know, and have it sticking out in front of them. And the boys, we used to have, I always wore my hair standard, just, you know, trimmed along the edges, and I call it a man's haircut, you know, and stuff like that. But I used to have a wave in it. In the very front, I'd have a little wave, and that was the big thing in those days, like Elvis Presley had. You know, you'd push the hair forward like this, and you'd get that little wave in it. But that was the extent of our, we wore mostly standard tennis shoes, you know, for school. And they were pretty good about everything. Other than this, you know, the dress standards, you had to live up to those or you didn't go to school.
Did you have any special interests what were the things that you really liked to do when you were a teenager?
Well, I played in the band. I was a trombone player for Venice High School. And that was a 6-year high school, so when you went in the band, you were in the band from the 7th grade through the 12th. So
how'd you come up with the trombone?
They wanted me to play the French horn, and I didn't like it at all.
Well, how'd you even get involved in band?
I was the only one in my family that ever got musically inclined. I just liked playing in the band. I said, well, I'm going to give it a try. So I did, and then I played the French horn. I didn't like it at all. Then I tried the baritone, and it was all right, but I didn't like it. And then Mr. Schlosser, who was the band director, asked me if I'd play trombone because they didn't have enough trombone players. So I said, sure, I'll give it a try, and so I did. And I stayed in the band 5 years, and I was in the marching band at school, so I had a lot of activity during football season. Then off season, I belonged to the stage band, and we used to do a lot of things during the war. We had paper drives, and the kids would bring all the papers to school, and we'd have the band out there, and we'd play for them and everything. It was fun. Those were the fun days.
How did you learn to play the trombone?
Well, I taught myself.
No lessons?
No lessons, no nothing. My folks bought me a trombone, a silver trombone at one of these places where people, you know, hawk stuff. And it wasn't a bad horn, but it wasn't the best in the world. So my folks later on got me a new one, a Conn. It's called C-O-N-N, Conn trombone, brand new. Boy, that was a beauty, and that was really neat, and I really had a lot of fun with that. Yeah, I played all the way through high school with the band. I enjoyed that.
So what band did you play with at the high school? What were they called?
They were just called the Venice High School Marching Band, and then they had the stage band. That's what they just called it, the Venice Stage Band. And then we played all kinds of music. We played marching, and we played in all the plays. If they had plays, we played the music. So we got a large variety of music we played.
Did you enjoy the marching band or the stage band?
Oh, I liked the marching band better because we got to get out of school on Fridays. When we had a football game in the afternoon, like 2 o'clock, we'd get out of school about 11. You know, it was fun. It was a lot of fun because you get on the bus and you go to all these different schools, and you know, you always try to outdo the other bands, you know, and everything, make it look good. It was a lot of fun in those days. I was also involved in the Oarsman, the school weekly paper. I was the assistant head pressman. and Ralph was the head pressman, Ralph Hendricks.
And what did you do as that job?
You run the paper. After the paper's all set up, you'd run a proof. Then Mr. Jones would look at it, the teacher. Cameron Jones was his name. He'd look at it, and if he liked it, and he saw no errors or anything, then he would go ahead and run it on the school on the press. We had a big press. We'd run about 800 or 900 copies of those the oarsman staff.
And you were in charge of printing.
Yeah, we run the head press. We were the pressmen, and I run that all the way through high school. I got involved in the 8th grade all the way through the 12th. I worked on the school paper. It was fun. It was because you had to give up a lot of your time, because at night sometime we'd be running late. We'd get the stories late and all that stuff. And so we would get those, and we had a lot of fun with it. It was a fun job. That's the part I liked about Venice, because I didn't just get tied down with a school, where you just go to school for your science and English class and all that other stuff. You had something to diversify, to take up your school time, which was the band and the paper.
Let me talk about the band just for a minute. Were you a good trombone player?
I played second trombone and for a long time. Then a fellow by the name of Merle Bragg came in the band, and he was excellent trombonist. And me and him together, learning, we both become first trombonists in the band. But he helped me out to get it, because he was really good at it. Boy, he was a good trombonist. I always wondered whatever happened to him in school.
You remember any special concerts you gave with the stage band that stick out?
Well, we used to give a lot of stuff for the, when they'd have can drives, metal drives and stuff like that, like in Santa Monica or Venice. They'd always ask the band to play. So we'd go down to these places and play for them, We had a lot of fun. It was during the war, naturally, and we had a lot of fun doing it, and I enjoyed it, and it took a lot of my time up at school.
Did you ever do anything else in school that was kind of special? Like, did you play basketball or
No, I never got involved
or
with sports, because there were such good players at Venice. I would have got lost in the crowd. We had some excellent football players, excellent basketball, and track was even better. In those days, we really had good talent at Venice High School. Yeah.
And did you have any certain habits while you were a teenager that you kind of remember? Anything that you did that was kind of quirky or different from anybody else that you had to do every day?
No, just being myself, I guess.
When you were alone, it sounds like you were busy a lot of time, but sometimes you were probably alone. What'd you do to occupy your time?
Well, let's see. Sometimes I would, if I was alone and I had something, I usually had homework at school to do. During the summer, I was busy all the time running around with Tony and all them guys, and we didn't get home till late, sometimes. And I'd listen to the radio, did that. I liked it. There was a lot of good programs, Jack Armstrong and the All-American and stuff like that I used to listen to on the radio.
Did any of your friends used to tease you when you were a teenager?
No, not really. I didn't have that problem.
Never called you lanky or
no,
nothing like that? Or?
No, in school that's how they got the nickname Moose in high school.
How'd you get that?
I don't know, to be honest with you. We're just big. Me and my brother. And they used to call my brother Big Moose and me Little Moose, or vice versa. And I know one thing, when my mother, we'd get a phone call and they would call and say, "Hello, Miss Moose." Oh boy, when we got home, did we get a lecture. "Don't they know your name is Reuben Race or Morris Race?" And I said, "Mom, that's our nickname. They just call us that. I don't know why." But that's the way it went for all the way through high school. Right into where I worked, right up till I retired. Everybody knew me by Big Moose. And if they put down Reuben Race, they would never know who I was. And in fact, just this past 2 weeks, I got a beautiful bouquet of flowers and a card for Normally, and on it I put Reuben Race and Big Moose on it, so everybody'd know who I was. Yeah, I wrote him a nice letter.
As a teenager, how did you earn extra money?
I worked for Arnold Super Ranch Market. I got $8.50 a week.
And what'd you do for them?
I put cans, I stacked cans, I swept the floors, I mopped the floors. I was there almost 4 years before they let me touch the cash register. And they were nice people. They were Glicksteins was their name. Really nice Jewish people. They were always good to me, and they helped me out, me and my brother. You know, when we were living by ourselves, they had a bag of sugar that had a hole in it, they'd give it to us, and me and my brother would have sugar, you know. And I remember I used to get milk for 8 cents a quart. I thought that was a lot of money in those days. We had 8 cents a quart because me and my brother used to drink milk like it was going out of style, you know. My brother don't drink much milk anymore, but I do. Boy, I drink a lot of it, but I love it.
Now, when you were a paper boy also, weren't you?
No, my brother. Yeah, and I delivered the Evening Outlook.
Yeah, how old were you when you did that?
About 14 or 15, somewhere in there. But I didn't do it very long. I only did it for about 6 or 8 months. And I found out I just couldn't do both jobs. And so I quit the newspaper. My brother kept going with the LA Times, and I used to go with him early in the mornings. And we'd get up about 4 o'clock, and we'd go down, and with us both together on our bicycles, boy, we'd wipe that baby out and nothing flat, you know, and we'd come home, go back to bed.
Now, after the supermarket, where'd you work?
I didn't. I went in the Army.
Okay.
The Army drafted me.
Now, when you made the $8.50 a week, is that what you said you made? How did you spend it?
Well, I used to go out on dates, and I used to go, I remember me and Tony used to go down and get a hot dog, a chili dog, right on the corner of Palms and Venice. And they used to stay there till about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. So we'd go to the show, come out of the show and go over there and get a hot dog. We also used to go over on Bundy and Pico, and there used to be New Way hot dogs. Oh man, they were the best hot dogs in the world, and they were open 24 hours a day. So we'd go get a couple of hot dogs and something to drink. You know,
how'd you get down there?
By car. Tony Redburn had a 1937 Ford Coupe, little 2-door. Gosh, that was a nice car. Jet black. We used to take care of that thing, man. You could eat off the floor. I mean, we used to work on it all the time, keep it waxed and everything. It was fun. Tony had a car. I never had any cars at all. I couldn't afford them in those days anyway.
What did it cost you for that house that you lived in at that time?
Oh, even the little house?
Uh-huh.
We were paying $5 a month.
That was a lot of money.
Oh, it was for us because me and my brother didn't make that kind of money, and but the reason why we got it for $5, well, there was lots of times she wouldn't take the $5 because we'd cut her lawn and edge it and stuff like that, kept the front yard up and stuff. And she said, well, you know, this month I don't think you have to pay us, so we wouldn't do it. So it was great for us.
When you were making $8.50 a week, you were going to school.
Yeah.
And there you and your brother were living in this house all by yourself.
Yeah.
How did you feel?
Well, we didn't feel like it was home, you know. But me and my brother, man, were determined to make it. We were going to make it on our own because we didn't. The worst part of it was my folks got divorced. That really took a lot out of me. To this day, I still can't believe my mother and dad. In fact, a lot of my old friends, like Donald Pierce and a few of these other fellows I used to run around with, they always said the same thing. They said, Reuben, it was a shock of our life when your mother and dad got divorced. And I said, well, it was not only for you, but for me too. But I didn't like it, but there was nothing I could do about it.
Yeah, but here you are living in this house, just you and your brother. You were young teenagers.
Yeah, just kids.
Did you feel like you were being cheated, or
Well,
what'd
no,
you
we
feel?
didn't. We didn't have the things like a lot of kids had, but you know, me and my brother were, like I said, we just seemed to take it in stride and go after it. And today we both talk about, you know, the times we had when we were kids, and
What did your friends think? Here you were
oh,
living alone.
they couldn't believe that me and my brother were living by ourselves, and we were living in this little shed. Well, it wasn't a shed; it was a nice size doll house. I mean, we had bunk beds on one end, and we had a shelf clear across the top and all the way around, and we kept all our clothes up there. We had to step on a little 3-foot ladder to get to our clothes. That was the only way we could do it. And we'd fold them and put them up there. And in fact, years later, we ran into the woman that used to come visit us from the school board. They had like a truant officer, and she'd come about once or twice a month and check on us. You know, what time did you get home last night? And I said, well, we didn't go anywhere last night. We were home.
What did some of the parents think of the kids you hung around with, knowing that
They
you
all
were
were the same way. They all felt the same way. They just couldn't understand why my folks got divorced. They seemed to be compatible to one another, but they didn't.
Was there anyone else besides the people at the supermarket that kind of helped you out and gave you things because they knew you were on your own?
Not really. I can't think of anybody else. Me and my brother did everything on ourselves. Nobody ever gave us anything, really.
Were you ever in the Boy Scouts or Cub
Yeah.
Scouts or anything when you were young?
Yeah, I was in the Scouts. I was in Troop 40.
How old were you at that time?
Well, I was 12. I stayed in scouting. I got all the way through to life, and then I quit. I couldn't go anymore after that. I was getting too old. I was 17, and I was dating girls and stuff like that, and me and Tony were running around, you know, doing our little thing. And
What do you remember about the scouting the most?
well, the scouting was great because I got people that were interested in me, and learning how to be a scout and everything, you know, all the good things about scouting.
Did you ever build anything or do anything
Oh, well, we did a
worthwhile?
lot of things. We built bridges. We made slings, and you know, somebody up in the hills and bring them down a mountain. We learned how to make a stretcher and all kinds. You did all kinds of things in scouting. Actually, after I got older, when you boys were little, I was in scouting 30 years, so I had a lot of experience from when I was a young boy.
Didn't you build a scout hut or something?
Yeah, we
somewhere?
built the scout headquarters, our scout shack over there off of Washington Place. It's right next to Betsy Ross School, which is now the attorney's law school or something. They sold it, the council did. It's a house now, but we used to have a lot of fun in there. We worked on that building for about a year, getting it put in and painting and fixing it up. We had a place to store all our equipment, and it was fun.
You remember any campouts that you went on as a Boy
Oh
Scout?
gosh, there were so many of them. I can't even. I went to. I guess one of the best ones I ever had was up to Mammoth Lake. We went up there to Wolverton, Camp Wolverton, and we had a lot of fun up there at Wolverton because it was all mountains, a lot of wildlife up in there. We slept out on the stars a couple of nights. We went on overnight camps, and the cabins we had were real nice. They were all bunk beds and all had clean sheets and mattresses and everything. They really kept it up. They were really nice.
Did you have a cool Scout uniform?
Oh yeah, I had a uniform.
How many merit
Bits and
badges
pieces.
did you get?
I can't remember. I think I got about I'd say fairly close to a dozen, 12.
You ever regret not getting your Eagle?
Yeah, lots of times. I said, gee, why didn't you just go on and get your life and then into Eagle? But when you get to life, you got to spend a lot of time in scouting. You got certain projects you got to do, and they're not overnighters. These things run like 6 months, 8 months to get them done. And I just, at that time, I was, high school and everything, you just don't get...
Remember any scout leaders? Kind of.
Pollock, Mr. Pollock, who was our scoutmaster, yeah, he was a great guy. He lived down off of Braddock there. I never forgot it. We went down, the scouts, about 35 or 40 of us, his yard looked like a pit, because he never had time, We went down there and completely cut his lawn, edged it, fixed it up, pulled all the weeds. That house it changed overnight. We never, to that day, he could never thank us enough. He said, oh gee, I'm not the, what did he say, something of the neighborhood, because they all moaned and groaned about how bad he was keeping his house up. But he was a terrific scoutmaster.
How
He
many?
was so good.
How many were in your troop?
We had about 48 in our troop, and we had about 30 some of them that were pretty active.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, they'd come to scout meetings every week, and we worked on our merit badges and
How'd
stuff.
you get involved in scouting as a young man? Did they
They asked me one day in school if anybody wanted to join the Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts, and I said, gee, that sounds like fun, going on campouts and stuff, and I did. And I joined, and I started. I didn't have a uniform at that time, but Mr. Pollock got me a uniform, and I went from there. Me and my brother got to be good at ironing. Yeah, we still kid each other about it.
burn any shirts?
No, we didn't burn any shirts, but we come close to it a couple of times.
Well, what was the name of the junior high school you went to?
It wasn't a junior high, it was Venice.
It was Venice High, but you were a junior for the first 3 years?
7th, 8th, and 9th were juniors,
Okay.
and the 10th, 11th, and 12th was seniors.
Was Venice a new school then? When you
No. Venice has been in existence since about the 1900s.
Okay.
But they used to be down on the beach. And then they moved it to Venice Boulevard by Walgrove, and that's been there ever since 1930, I think it was, they moved it.
Do you remember any of the teachers in particular when you were a junior?
Mr. Richards,
Just
science.
starting out at
Yeah,
high school? And
he was a science teacher, boy, and he was really tough. In fact, he was in the 1936 Olympics, and he won for the high jump, and he won also in the pole vault. He was a good teacher, but boy, he was tough. But I had him for science, and he was always good to me. I just go up to him and tell him, I don't understand what you're talking about. And he did take the time. That's one thing I'll say for him. He'd take the time, say this and this and this. Do you understand that? Yeah. Do you know this and this and this? Yeah. He said, well, this is what I want. I want this to do this, And I got through it. I got a B, I think it was.
did he ever tell you kids as a students what it was like to be in the Olympics?
Oh yeah, he used to talk about it.
What's the
The
one thing you
1930,
remember?
that's when Hitler was, he didn't go for blacks in the Olympics.
Was he a black teacher?
No, him? No, Richards was a white guy. But we had black athletes, and Hitler wasn't too hip on that. But
So he was in Berlin.
yeah, yeah, right. He was a good teacher, and like I said, he was very patient, and if you did your job, he'd be right there to help you. But
any other special classes when you were a junior that you took that you really liked?
well, I liked gym and stuff like that, and then I had a free period, and that was band. And then I worked on the school paper. And then I did have shop. I had wood shop. I made my footstool, which is sitting right there in the hallway now. And I also made a hanger to hang clothes on. So I just kept myself busy that way.
Did you ever receive any honors or recognitions when you were in your junior year?
No, not really. The only recognition I ever got was with the Adoptive Parents Association.
But in high school?
No, it wasn't high school.
Okay. Do you remember any
I did
really...
get,
Oh, I'm sorry.
talking about awards, I did get a special award from Scouting, Achievement Award.
During high school?
Yeah. That's about the only thing I can think of.
What did you get that for in high school?
Because I was in the Scouts at that time and I had a project. The war was on and we had to get so many tons of steel and we were able to do it, so I got an achievement award.
How many tons of steel did you get?
Oh, it was over a ton. We really scrounged it up.
How did you find all that?
Well, first thing we did, we went along the highways, you know, and the byways, and went down alleys and everything. We found rims and, you know, you'd bring them back and they'd weigh them and everything. It was fun.
And what did you get for that?
I got an achievement award. It was a plastic, nice, looked like a piece of glass, with an appreciation of your achievement, you know, during World War II.
Now, as a junior in high school, what was your greatest worry at that time?
Getting decent grades.
What would happen if you didn't?
Oh boy. My dad was really strict about that.
Now, this is the time when you're living alone, though.
Yeah, but he still, you know, I don't want to see no fails and all that stuff, so. The lowest score I ever got was a D, and he wasn't too happy about that.
Was it tough adjusting to high school from elementary school?
Oh yeah, it was a different clientele of people, and you did different, you were more growing up.
Did you like going to the different classes instead of being in
Oh
one
yeah,
class?
I liked that, and we had a hash line, you know, at Venice.
What was that?
Where you buy at lunchtime. They had a hamburgers in one line, and they'd have French fries in another line. They'd have milk in another line. But I loved their hamburgers. Their hamburgers was nothing but a bun and a hamburger with mustard on it. But they'd mix oatmeal with it. And a lot of people hated them, but I loved them. I thought they were great. I paid a nickel a piece for those in those days. Yeah.
What'd you look like in high school?
Just a tall, skim guy. I weighed 168 pounds.
What was your personality like?
It seemed to be all right. It's just, you know, the struggling and everything, my brother and I.
Were you quiet? Were you cracking jokes?
Yeah, no,
I
was fairly quiet. Normally, he always told me I was too quiet, but I didn't have too much to say, really.
Describe to me what Venice High School looked like. How would you describe it?
Well, it's basically like it is today, except the football field and everything's changed around. The football field used to be north and south. Now it's east and west. And we had a built-in grandstand, which means underneath they could store stuff, you know. Now we got an open grandstand, so, you know, it's cold all the time. I still go to football games after all these many years. Still like to watch high school football.
Was high school a happy time for you?
That was the only decent time of my life I can say that was halfway decent for me. It wasn't easy for me to work. I think I struggled with working. I think, well, when I took on 2 jobs, that really, to this day, I think I poor judgment on my part, but that was the only way I could
But this was during high school you had 2 jobs?
No, when I was in high school, I worked for Arnold's Market.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
so you only had one job.
Yeah, but I had
school.
a paper route too, but I only worked it about 6 months.
Okay, so in high school you only had one job.
Yeah.
Okay. And school was happy. What was your hardest class you ever took in high school?
Oh, biology.
Who was your teacher?
Oh, Miss Slosser, and she was murder. Oh, I hated that class with a passion. I'd be up 3-4 hours a night working on that stupid thing. And the biology, I said, what are you going to do with biology when you get out of work, you know? I mean, start to work for a living, you know? And to this day, I still. But I struggled with that one. I was very fortunate. I got a B, C+, almost a B on it, and I was happy with that. But I didn't want to flunk in that thing because my dad was really dead against getting any Fs at all. There was no way. He said, that's all you have to do in life is eat, go to school, and come home. And that's what he used to say. But when we were on our own, you know, my brother and I told him it wasn't easy for us, and he said, I know it isn't easy, but you still got those requirements to keep up, so we did.
Did you ever want to take any classes at Venice that they said, no, you can't take them because your grades aren't good enough or that you aren't qualified for?
No, I never, I would have liked to got in some of the clubs, but I never was in the cliques and all that. I was in the school paper. They called it the Printers Guild, but the only reason why I was in it because I was the pressman of the school paper, so it wasn't because they wanted me, you know, it's just that I was put in because of the fact that I was on the school paper.
What were the other kids in your class like? Was everyone nice,
Well,
or were there some that were...
Yeah, you know, Venice High School had a lot of cliques. Oh man, I never seen so many cliques in my life. You'd have 4 or 5 kids that run around with another 4 or 5 kids, you know. But there was just me and Anthony Moto and Donald Pierce and those guys. We stuck together a lot. And in fact, Donald Pierce the other day, when he heard about Normally, he called me. He said, "We had some good times at Venice," and I said, "We sure did, Don. There was some good times."
Tell me about your senior year in high school. What was that like? Last year.
Well, I didn't have much because November of '44 I registered for the draft. That was required by law. You had to sign up before your 18th birthday, and mine was January 2nd.
Well,
so I signed up, and I didn't have a senior year really then. I didn't have a senior year until I got back from World War II.
Well, prior to you knowing that you were going to go into the war, what were your plans that you had to do after high school?
Well, I was going to try to go on to Santa Monica College. And I was going to take up engineering, diesel engineering. I was going to try real hard to see if I could make that.
Was it pretty easy to get into Santa Monica College?
No, in those days it was a little expensive, and but I thought I could make it, you know. In fact, the woman we rented from told me if I was got some halfway decent grades, she would be more than glad to help me get through college. And at that time I said, no, not really. We'll do it on my own. You know, me and my brother were kind of independent in those days. It wasn't easy for me and my brother. From the time we were about 15 or 14, somewhere in there, it was a struggle after that for me and him. But we made it. I've always said for years, he even said it himself several times. He said, "Bud, we made it, didn't we?" I said, "You bet your life we did. It was a struggle, but we did."
What kind of grades did you usually have in high school?
Well, in high school, junior high school, I was a lot of C's, maybe a few B's, no A's. I struggled in the first couple of years because I just couldn't seem to get in the groove. And then the senior year, when I went in the service, I was doing fair. I was getting C's and B's, and I got a few A's. But my best grades was when I come back after World War II. I had grown up from World War II, and I got, in fact, I've never found the report card, but Normally said she has it somewhere. Anyway, I got 3 A's, 2 B's, and 1 C.
Let me ask you this, prior to the war now, when you were in high school, where was the place to hang out?
Well, Doc's Drugstore up on the corner of Grandview and Venice. A guy by the name of Ralph Webster, who's now a chiropractor, over on Lincoln Boulevard, just off of Venice Boulevard there, about a half a block or a block down. He was our soda jerk, and we used to, we loved, after school, go there and get a malt, you know, like for 15 cents. Real thick. Remember one of the thick ones where they had the bubbles in them and everything? Oh, that was a big thing in those days. I mean, you know, or have a root beer float, or, you know, a sundae or something. He'd put an extra scoop on, you know. Old Doc's Drugstore was quite a place.
Was there ever any other places around there during your teenage years where kids hung out? Go down to the beach, or what?
Well, in the summertime, you know, when we were out of school, we all used to hang out down by Venice Pier, just on the south side of it. We had a lot of fun.
What was Venice Pier?
Well, they had a pier at the end of Venice Boulevard, and it had an amusement park on it. It had all kinds of rides. It was famous. They had a place called the Fun House, a thing called the Dragon Slide, and they had one called the Ship, and it was a restaurant. It was really nice. It was built just like a ship on the pier, and they had all kinds of rides and stuff, and it was neat because it was a place you could go spend 4 or 5 hours and not spend any money if you didn't have it, you know.
And that was mainly just in the summertime?
Yeah, when school was out, yeah, because then me and my brother had a little time. When school was going, we really had to keep our nose to the grindstone because he worked and I worked. Keep our school grades up.
Did your parents ever reward you for good grades?
No.
They seemed to be quite concerned that if you brought home bad grades,
Yeah.
you were in trouble.
But we never, they never, my folks never thought, you know, they just wanted us to get good grades. My sister was the one that got good grades. Nothing came, there's nothing for her to get almost all A's. But,
I think that had a little bit to do with the fact she never had to work?
Yeah, that and, just keeping her nose to the grindstone, you know, with her classwork and homework, where I had to work, then come home and do my homework. I was tired, you know, and stuff like that. Both of us, my brother and I, talked about that several times, about how tired we'd get.
Well, when you were still in school before the war started, what were some of the hairstyles and clothes that everybody
Well, like I
wore
said,
at
in
that
those
time?
days, basically, in school, they had a dress standard. You had to wear dresses.
What kind of dresses did they wear?
They wore skirts just a little above the knee, you know.
Straight skirts?
Yeah,
full
no,
skirts,
no, the ones that are, the overlap, what do you call those? I'm trying to think, they would overlap, and,
pleated skirts?
yeah, pleated, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, pleated skirts and, blouses, white blouses and stuff like that, colored blouses.
What did all the guys
The
wear?
guys, we all wore cords, and mostly cords, and some wore blue jeans, but mostly, most of them wore corduroys.
What kind of shoes?
And shirts, and our regular shoes, you know, street shoes.
Did you wear t-shirts?
Yeah, they had t-shirts too in those days. Yeah, a lot of them had t-shirts, especially in the summertime.
How did the guys wear their hair?
Well, some of them used to comb their hair straight back. Straight back, I mean, just...
Dry, lots of grease?
Yeah, oh, a lot of grease. Good old rose hair oil. That baby they made it mint during World War II. It was a greasy oil, but boy, the guys really liked it, and they'd comb their hair straight back. But like I said, I had mine parted on one side, and then I'd make that little wave in it. And that's the way I went through high school.
And during high school, prior to the war, did you ever date?
Yeah, I dated. Yeah.
What were some of the girls you went out with?
Well, one of them that I really particularly liked was Mary Kennett. She was a real nice gal. She had a sister, Helen.
Where'd you meet her?
At school.
In a class?
Yeah, in a class, and I went with her for a little while, off and on. You know, she'd date her, and I took her horseback riding in the theaters and stuff like that. Then I met Norma Lee, and
What grade were you in then?
I was in, the 9th or 10th grade? Yeah.
So, up until before you went into World War II, was Venice a happy experience, or was it difficult, or?
Well, Venice,
what were you feeling?
going to Venice wasn't, real easy for us, but we did it, and my brother and I, we survived, and like I say, we lived pretty comfortable, and we didn't have to worry about anybody telling us what we could do and what we couldn't do.
Were you glad you went to Venice, though, or did you
Oh
wish
yeah,
you went to the other high schools?
I enjoyed high school. I really enjoyed high school, and a lot of kids told me today, they said they hate, like Norma Lee. She hated Venice. She just couldn't.
Was Venice a good high school to go to in those times?
You know, it was like any high school in the city district. They had all the activities and everything. We used to go to You know, on Fridays when they had the football games in the afternoon, they'd let everybody out at 11 o'clock in the morning, and you'd go over, you'd ride with your buddies in these cars, or the school would have a bus out front for a dime. They'd take you over and back, and it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. I had a good time, and when I was in the band, like I said, and there was a lot of things that we did. And the Christmas programs, we'd have Christmas. We'd play concerts in the auditorium, and the parents would come, and we'd play all the Christmas carols and all that stuff.
When people asked you about the Venice High School, did Venice High School have a motto or anything that was kind of attached to the school?
Yeah, they had the gondolier, you know, that they called us the gondoliers, and they'd have one of those boats that you see in Venice all the time. You know, the guy's rowing it, and we're, what is the saying they have? We're rowing, but not drifting. That was the title. And it was good. You know, Venice High School was a good high school, and I still think it's a good one today, but it gets a bad reputation because of some minor things that come along.
The school song, you don't have to sing it for us because we know you have such a beautiful voice.
Yes.
What was it like? You remember the words to that?
No, I don't really, to be honest with you. I haven't.
You must have played it every football game.
Oh, we played it. We played the same. In fact, the main piece we played was what Notre Dame plays now. Fight on for, you know, for Notre Dame. We played that same piece for Venice High School. And we had cheerleaders, and it was fun. You know, we had all the basic things, but I can't remember any of the songs. I remember the songs, but I don't remember the words.
What was the best song you liked playing for Venice?
Well, anytime we got a touchdown, you know, we played the basic Venice High School fight song, you know. And that was fun. We enjoyed it. I like I say, I can't remember the exact words and everything, but I enjoyed it.
Now, out front of Venice, there was something that's a little different than any other high school. What was out front of Venice?
Well, they had Myrna Lloyd.
Was she already there when you attended?
Yeah, and they used to paint her every year in football season. Some school would come over and paint it green and blue for their colors, you know, and poor old thing, she had 80,000 coats of paint on her, you know. Yeah, it was something. But, you know, finally they got to the point where they were breaking her arms off, and so what they did, they put a steel cage around her now, and they got a video camera up on the second floor where the library is, and they have that running 24 hours a day. You know, when somebody steps in front of it, around the cage, it sets it off. And yeah, but she was a symbol for Venice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a good school. Like I said, I was very happy with Venice High School. I've heard a lot of people call negative things about it, but I loved it. It was a good school for me.
And you attended Venice High School until what time?
My senior year, and then I was drafted.
And what year was that?
1944.
During your teenage years, who were some of the teen idols that you had?
Teen idols. Well, in those days, there was like Jane Withers and...
Who was Jane Withers?
Movie stars.
Okay.
Shirley Temple was one. And all the cowboys, you know, Roy Rogers and all that kind of things. They had, let's see, gee, I can't think of all of them.
Who were singing?
Hopalong Cassidy and all those.
Any singing stars that were famous? While you were a teenager?
Well, in my teen years, I liked Nat King Cole real well. In fact, I liked him ever since I liked music, which was a little younger, I guess, when I started listening to music.
Did you like him because of the bands that played?
No,
or
just the way
singing?
he sang. The way. In fact, today I still listen to his tapes, and except I listen to Natalie Cole. She has a lot of her dad's little quirks when he was singing that you can hear if you listen real careful. Yeah.
And tell me about some of the dances at the time. What were some of the popular dances during your teenage years?
Well, you know, they had the jitterbug back in those days.
Did you know how to do that?
I tried it, but I didn't do too good at it.
Who taught you?
Nobody really taught me. I just did it on my own, you know, type thing. You
Was
know.
it a hard dance?
Mom didn't like the jitterbug and stuff like that. She just liked nice, smooth music. And there was a lot of good bands in those days. There was, you know, all the major bands today that we don't hear. We talk about big bands now, you know, they Count Basie. I did play with Bobby Sherwood's band one time. They used to have a Friday night dance down at the ballroom down there in Ocean Park. There used to be a ballroom called the Rosemary Ballroom.
Where was that located?
That was located just north of the Dome Theater. And every Friday night was campus night. And they'd open the ballroom to all the high schools. And you could go down there and they'd have, they wouldn't serve any liquor or anything. They just served all kinds like malts and sundaes and cokes and stuff like that. It was fun, and they'd pick students from all the schools, and you would play with that particular side. Me and Merle Bragg got to play with the Bobby Sherwood band one night. It was fun, but it was hard. I mean, you know, you're trying to do the best you can, you know, and those guys are good. I mean, you know, we had fun. It was called Campus Night. It was, yeah, I enjoyed it.
What were some of the events that were happening in the world during the time you were a teenager? You had mentioned the Depression, early age.
Oh yeah, well in the 40s it was the war naturally. War started in 1941. Japanese bombed Hawaii, and then Europe was already been in fighting since 1940 or 39, somewhere around there.
Who was President of the United States?
Roosevelt.
What do you
President
remember
Roosevelt.
about him?
Oh, he was a dynamic man. I liked him. I liked President Roosevelt. He got the country out of the hole we were in during the Depression. He set up what they called the WPA, which was a workforce. They'd hire guys, and we'd go out on the highways, and in fact, you can see a lot of it today. If you go up in the mountains, you'll see these concrete walls and along the highway and stuff like that. That was all put in by the WPA to get people working. Then they had a thing called the CCC, which was basically like the WPA, but it was for younger kids. And the CCC, what they used to do is go around and they'd plant trees and do stuff like that. It was neat, and they got paid for it, for doing it. And that got the country out of the Depression we were in.
Let's talk about you talked about some of the people that were your idols. What about the music during that time? What were some of the songs that you remember when you were a teenager?
When I was a teenager, I still play the music of the teenage years. You know, I had all the big bands, you know, like Glenn Miller.
Who was your favorite big band?
Les Brown and all them. Oh, my favorite band?
Big band.
Oh, big band? Count Basie. I loved his music. I still do.
What'd you like about it?
Well, it wasn't real slow music, and it wasn't real fast music. It was just kind of in between. It was just good music. I liked it. It had a nice bounce to it, and there was always something. He had a fellow by the name of Joe Green that sang with him. He had a tremendous voice. He still sings once in a while. I see him on television. He's up there in his late 70s now, but he's still got that little twinge in his voice like he used to have.
What'd your parents say about your choice of music?
Well, my folks never mentioned anything about my music or anything like that. They didn't say too much.
Who was your favorite movie and stage actor or actress?
Well, one of my favorite actors was Pat O'Brien. He was a good actor.
What movie do you remember him in?
Oh gosh.
Or what part did he play?
He played a detective. I can't remember the name of the movie, but he played a detective. It was good. He played the part of Newt Rockney when they made the Newt Rockney story. He was the coach.
Who was your favorite actors?
Well, in those days I really didn't have what I call a real favorite actor.
Actress.
Actress? Oh, gee. I don't remember of any particular one other than Shirley Temple. I liked her movies.
What was your favorite movie of all time when you were a teenager?
Oh my goodness. Well, let's see, I was younger. I guess the only one I really enjoyed was when I was a little boy. I liked Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. I really liked that. I was young then in those days, but I really liked that. That was a good movie. It still is.
What about some of the slang words you guys used to use when you were a teenager? What was some of the hep talk that you used to do?
You know, I don't really remember any real head talk in those days. Scooby-Doo and stuff like that, I guess you would say. But we never went in too much for the slang words, you know, type thing, for why you, like they do today.
And at what age do you think you thought you were starting to become a little bit older, kind of a young man? Did you ever look in the mirror and say, geez, I'm changing?
Yeah, I do that every day now.
What about when you were a teenager?
Let's see.
You remember the first time you shaved?
Yeah, I can remember when I shaved for the first time. I asked my dad if he had a blade I could use. In those days, you had to take the blade out of the razor and put a double-edged razor. And I had a little fuzz on each side. That was the extent of it. I didn't have to shave too much in those days until I got in the Army in '44. Then you had to shave every day, regardless if you needed it or not.
So you really didn't need a shave the first time?
No, just a lot of fuzz.
Okay.
But you know, you wanted to be a big man. You wanted to. In those days, you know, you didn't have shaving cream. You had a little cup with a soap in it, round shaving soap, and then you'd whip it up with a brush and then put it on your face.
All right. Let me ask you a few questions about this. How old were you when you asked a girl out on your first date?
I'm just trying to think. I was around 16, something like that.
And who was the first girl that you ever dated?
The first girl I think I ever dated was Mary Kennett.
What do you remember about her and where you went?
Oh, she was really a nice girl. I liked her in high school. She was always nice to me and everything. Some of the girls in my class were really stuffy, you know, type girl. You know, you'd ask them for a date and they say, gee, I'm sorry, I can't go tonight, you know, and all this. They just didn't want to date you, that's all. Mm-hmm. One of them was Donna Gray and Dolores Saderup, I think her name was. I wanted to date Donna Gray real bad, but she wouldn't even give me a second look, you know, in those days.
Do you remember where you went on that first date?
Yeah, we went horseback riding over at the Red Stables.
Where were they?
They were right over here by Dinah's on Sepulveda and Centinela. There used to be a horse stable there. You could rent horses by the hour.
What were some of the other girls you dated?
Well, let's see. Mom was most of them in high school.
Any other girls besides Mom and this first
Well,
girl?
there was Betty, and there was a few dates, but I can't remember who they were exactly now.
And was there anything in particular that you liked to do when you went out on a date?
No, mostly go to a show, and then get something to eat afterwards. That was about the extent of our dating.
Did you ever go out with any real turkeys?
Oh, God.
You thought, what am I doing here?
Let's see. No, not really. No, I can't remember of anybody being that.
Who was the first girl you ever kissed?
I think it was Mary Kennett, if I'm not sure.
What were you in the 10th grade, 11th grade?
Yeah, somewhere around there, the 10th grade somewhere. Yeah, we went to a show and then we went to eat afterwards, and then we got home and I took her up to the front porch and I gave her a kiss. And yeah.
And did you like dating?
It was all right. I enjoyed it, you know. If you could get the right girl, it was all right, you know. But
all right, so then you said when you were in the 11th grade, you had summer vacation, and then you went back to school for your senior year?
Yeah, when I got back from the Army, I took a...
No, this is before the Army.
Oh.
When you were in the 11th grade.
No, I stayed in school.
All right, and then did summer vacation come?
Oh, yeah, and then you were off from June, July, and August, and then you go back to school in September.
Was that the time that you were drafted?
No, I didn't register for the draft until November of '44.
So you were back in school for your
senior
year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I registered because the law stated you had to do it before your 18th birthday, which is in January.
So tell me this, what were your first memories about hearing about the war in Europe?
Well, you know, when you're a kid that age, you don't think too much about the war. You just
What grade were you in when you heard about that?
well, it would have started a couple of years before that because they had the war going on in Europe. They didn't have the Pacific War starting, you know, until '41. But the Europe, it's Hitler was.
Did you hear anything in school though about the war?
No. Just the thing is, they couldn't get a lot of stuff, you know, in those days. We had paper drives and metal drives and bond drives and all kinds of stuff.
So did you ever think the war in Europe would ever affect you here?
No, I thought I'd be able to go right through high school, get graduated, and then maybe have to go in. But
Well, in high school, did it ever become apparent that the war in Europe was getting larger and larger, and it was going to affect you?
it was getting bigger and bigger, you know. In fact, when I registered in 1944, Europe, that's where they had the bulge. They called it the Battle of the Bulge. And the Germans had broke through the American line, British lines, and that's where I was supposed to go originally, to Europe. But it didn't work that way.
So about that time is when it became apparent the war was getting bigger.
Yeah.
So, and in high school, what did you heard about Adolf Hitler and the Nazis?
Well, they told all the brutality that went on and his ambition to conquer the world. That's what he tried to do. He was going to.
So they had told everybody.
Oh
that.
yeah.
You knew that.
Oh yeah, I knew that. And he was the type of man that he had no respect for anybody, you know, or a country. He just did what he was supposed to do, and he did it.
And when you were in school, what did you feel about all those people in Europe, as large as it is, being caught up in all that war?
Oh, that was the pits. You'd see all these homes bombed out and these people running around, you know, with nothing. Yeah, Europe was devastated by this war, the World War II. I mean, it just tore everything to pieces.
Had they told you very much in the news and the paper about about the Jews and the Nazis over there?
Oh yeah, they you know, there was always that animosities for the Jews. I don't know why they did it. You know, it's just like the blacks or Spanish now.
Did they say that in the news, or was that kept kind of quiet?
That's why they had the Germans had a concentration camps that they stuck the Jews in.
So everyone knew about those at the time?
Oh yeah, they killed thousands of Jews.
Well, we know that now, but at the time, did they know that?
Oh yeah, they knew that brutality was going on within the, you know, in the prison camps, but there's nothing they could do about it because they weren't strong enough to force him out, you know.
Who was president of the U.S. at the time of the European War, when the war was in?
President Roosevelt.
Do you remember when he committed the United States to the war in Europe? When he said, we're going to send troops over to Europe?
Yeah, well, England. What I remember from history is that England asked the United States if we'd get involved. And at that time, we were just sending supplies and stuff. But then somehow, some way, we got stuck in it, and we started sending troops over.
And about that time, what were your feelings about the U.S. entering the war? Should we?
Oh yeah, I've said.
Now this is a war in Europe.
Yeah. The war in Europe was like any war. It doesn't matter where you go. You know, everybody moans and groans about the Vietnam War and the Korean War, but if we didn't do that, this country wouldn't be what it is today. I mean, we got all the freedoms in the world. See, a lot of people don't realize that. I always said for years that what they should have had to done is had a war over here in the United States. Then they would have known exactly what it was like to have your, you know, like the city of Glendale leveled to the ground with bombs and having to live without the customary things like water and gas. And it's devastating when you go into a country where they have that problem. It's the pits.
Well, were the general feelings about the war in Europe pretty positive?
Oh yeah,
most of the people. Like in your school, did everybody say, yeah, that's the right thing to do?
Oh yeah, there was guys that, the volunteers were enormous. In high school, kids that didn't want to go in the draft would sign up for the Navy and the Marines and the Coast Guard and stuff like that. But I wanted to finish high school, and I thought I could because I was close to being a senior. I said, well, they wouldn't take me out of school, would they? Was I shocked when I found out they could do it real easy.
High school thinking about that time, about the war, did they ever say to you
No,
what
Tony
their
Redburn,
feelings were?
you know, Tony joined the Army, and he went in right away.
Why did you join, did he say?
Well, he didn't want to go to school. See, he quit school earlier to work at the Douglas Aircraft. He was making good money, you know, in those days. I mean, big money was like $35 a week or something like that. And I mean, that was big bucks.
Had the armed forces ever come, the recruiters ever come out to Venice High School?
Oh,
and say,
yeah.
we want you guys to go to the
Yeah,
war in
they
Europe?
came in the auditorium, and there'd be 200 or 300 of us just sitting there that were, you know, at that point where we were going to be drafted, or and the Navy guy would talk, and the Army guy would talk, and the Marine guy would talk, you know, and that's it.
Did any of them ever impress you?
No, none of them really. I wasn't built for the service. You got to have a charisma about that. And after I got overseas, and I knew exactly why I didn't want to.
Did you ever worry about the possibility of the Nazis, as the war expanded, ever attacking the U.S.?
Oh yeah, I always thought the Japanese were gonna.
Well, what about the Nazis, though?
No, I didn't think too much of that because they were, you know, like 4,000 miles away, and they didn't have that kind of a power.
So everybody wasn't really too worried
No,
about that?
they tore Europe up instead.
And when was the first time, prior to Pearl Harbor being bombed, that you thought Japan was going to enter the war?
I had no idea they were going to bomb.
Never even came
Nobody,
out?
not even the President of the United States, because I can remember the diplomats were over in Washington talking to the President about, you know, not having bombing and attacking us or anything like that. And all the time they were there the day they bombed Pearl Harbor on December 7th.
And so you never personally thought they'd ever bomb the U.S.?
No.
And did anybody at the time think that Japan would expand the war and join with the Germans?
Well, there was you know, a lot
you?
of talk, but they had the whole Pacific, you know, to play with, and that's a lot of area when you're talking.
So where were you on December the 7th, 1941? What happened?
I was going to Venice High School.
But it was Sunday morning.
Yeah, it was Sunday morning, yeah. I was at home on Mitchell Avenue there,
Mm-hmm.
12106 Mitchell Avenue. Woke up in the morning and my mom said, you won't believe this, but the Japanese just bombed Pearl Harbor. And I said, you've got to be kidding.
Did you know where Pearl Harbor was?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I read it in the history books and all that.
Uh-huh.
Never been there, but I knew exactly where it was at.
Did you turn on the radio?
Oh, yeah, I turned on the radio and listened for 2 or 3 hours. You know.
What were they saying?
Oh, about Japanese bombing and that they lost contact with certain ships that had got blown up and blah, blah. You know, it's just a typical war effort. They bombed Hickam Field and all the ships on the ground were all destroyed and stuff like that. Very few of them got off the ground because plus they didn't have ammo on board and stuff like that. It was.
Did you ever wonder?
We weren't ready, I'll tell you that.
Did you ever wonder how that happened?
I still to this day can't believe the Japanese had guts enough to do what they did with the United States. Not that I feel that, but of traveling around in the Army and seeing other countries, there's no place like the United States of America. I don't care what people say. And we're kind of a country where, you know, we got a little stability and we're a strong country as far as weapons and stuff like that. I don't think anybody in the world, not even the Russians today, now that I've heard, you know, all the pros and cons since they went from communism back to a free republic, that they weren't really that strong.
Well, let me ask you this. That next day, you went back to school.
Yeah.
After they bombed Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
Oh, well, obviously, that was probably the topic of the day.
Oh, they did. They had an assembly out on the football field.
What did they tell you that day?
Well, we went out on the football field and set up in the grandstands, the whole campus, And the principal and the vice principal and all the teachers were all there, and they discussed, told us that Pearl Harbor had been bombed, and there'd probably be a lot of the in the classes would be drafted right away and all that, and they just went through the general terms of what's going on.
Well, what did they, I'm curious about this, what did they say about that? Because Hawaii really wasn't a state yet.
No, but it was, what they call them, colonial of the United States. You know, they had income taxes and everything else, but they weren't part of the United States as far as calling it a state. It was a colonial type thing.
Okay,
They did, like they said, the president came on the radio. We heard that while we were out on the field, and he declared war on the Japanese then.
what did you think about that?
Well, I didn't worry about it too much that time because I was, what, 16 or something like that, 15. And I didn't think I'd ever be bothered with it. I said, well, the war will be over in a year.
Well, what happened between the time the attack on Pearl Harbor happened and the time you went into the service?
Well, there was the regular war, you know, going on in Europe and Japan at the same time. And we were taking a beating, you know, everywhere we went, you know, Guadalcanal, all those places.
Okay, so did you join the Army or did they draft you?
Oh, no, I got drafted. Which means when you turn 18, you had to sign up before you were 18 years old. And they still do it today, you're supposed to. And I went down and registered, and Mr. Bull, who was the drafting teacher at Venice High School, was head of the Venice Draft Board. And I told him that I was going to be 18 in January, and he said, well, when you registered, and I said, well, I did, and he said, well, you don't have no problems. Well, he didn't know that their quota had been increased like 68 people more, so, and I was on that 68 more, or less, something like that. And I registered, and they called me up a week later and said, you got to report downtown and take a physical.
Now, did you receive a letter in the mail?
Oh, yeah.
When you got home,
Yeah.
in the letters there, did you know what it was?
Oh, yeah, it said, you know, the United States, you know, Army, you know, selective service on it. And I opened it up and it said, Reuben Race, this is to inform you that you have to report for a physical on such and such a date at such and such a time and downtown LA. And I went to a building down there, I forget it was off Spring Street somewhere, I can't remember now. And there must have been several hundred of us down there. And we were all doing the same thing. We'd go in, they'd get our names and everything, and then we'd go in a room and they had these baskets. You'd put all your clothes in there except your shorts. And you'd walk around all day in those shorts, and you took all kinds of tests. And when I got done, they said, well, you can go home now. And I remember calling my mother and telling my mother, I said, can you come pick me up? And she said, sure. So she came downtown, picked me up, and they told me at that time, they said, well, you'll probably be hearing from us in a month or so. And I said, okay. So I knew I was going to be home for a while. I didn't realize that when I got home, I already had a letter waiting for me to the effect that I was going to be drafted.
What'd you feel when you heard that?
Well,
were you afraid or?
Oh yeah, I was only 18 years old. I didn't, you know, I'd never fired a gun except for going hunting with Tony Redburn and Anthony Moto and all those guys. We'd had a .22 and a shotgun, and we'd go out here in the desert and, you know, chase rabbits all over the place. So anyway, they...
What was your main fear about when you opened that letter and it said you're going to be drafted?
Well, I thought about the war itself, because I'd never seen, you know, when I seen somebody died, I mean, most of it was in car accidents or something like that. I never saw what a war would do.
Did you remember what your parents said to you when you opened up that letter? And
Oh,
it said,
my mother was very upset.
What'd she say?
Oh, yeah, she called the Board of Education, boy. She went right after him. You can't take him out of school. He's only, you know, blah, 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 blah. And finally, they just told her outright that that's just too bad.
How did they get away with doing that, where you were still in high school?
Yeah, it didn't matter.
It didn't. It had
No,
strictly
it
to
had
do with your
nothing.
age?
It had nothing to do with what you were doing.
It went by your age?
It just went by your age, and you called me, and I said okay, and they said you're going to report for duty. And so in December the 27th, just before New Year's, I went down to San Pedro. Well, first I went downtown on 6th Street and Figueroa, I think it was, 6th and Figueroa, and there was a big buses there. Had about 8 of them sitting there. And all of us guys were waiting there with our little handbags in our hand, our clothes and stuff. And we boarded, and they all took us down to San Pedro.
And what was in San Pedro?
That was the induction center. It's now a yacht club, and they have what they did was they sucked all the mud out of there and they made a yacht club out of it. That was the induction center.
And what'd you do there?
Oh, there they got you all lined up. That's where they give you your uniforms, your shoes, and everything, and then they checked you over to see if you're okay and everything. If you had to have dental work done, they got that recorded and everything. So when you left there and went to wherever you were going to have your basic training, they knew exactly what they had to do.
Do you remember how long you were at the induction center?
Well, we were only there about a week, and then we left.
And then what'd they say they were going to do?
Well, they started calling names out, and they'd say, you know, so-and-so, Fort Lewis, Texas, you know, or Georgia, and stuff like that. And when they came to my name, it said Reuben Race, Camp Roberts. And I went right up to Camp Roberts, which is right above here in California.
Where's that?
It's about 3 hours from here. It's near Baker's. It's near a place called Paso Robles.
And how'd you get there, on the bus?
Oh yeah, the Army had buses.
And what do you remember about riding that bus from
Well,
the induction center to Camp Roberts?
Well, at the time I was, you know, anxious to get there and see what was going to happen. But at the same time I said, gee, this is going to be the pits. I mean, you know, I can't go home and, you know, do my thing, because I never left home. I was never on a bus or an airplane or anything when I was a little boy. Strictly car.
What was your mom and dad doing at this time?
They were just going along with the draft. I remember my mom went down and bought a star, and it was like an 8 by 10, and you hang it in your front window. It says, my son or my daughter is in the service. And they had a big star with an American flag in the background. She put that up right away.
And do you remember any of the chit-chat on the bus on your way to the boot camp? What were the guys on the bus saying?
They were the same as me. They were just all curious to see what's going to happen to us, you know, and everything like that.
All right, so the bus drives in and it says, welcome to Camp Roberts.
That's it. It's exactly what the sign said. Welcome to Camp Roberts.
Then what happened?
Well, they drove us over to these barracks, just south of the base. When you drove in, you went south, which is left, and we went clear down at the end of the parade ground. This parade ground was a mile long and a half-mile wide. It was huge, a massive parade ground. And we got off the bus there, and we fell in by ranks and heights.
And what rank were you?
Huh?
What rank were you?
Well, I was just a plain old private, you know. And then they, by height and everything, and they put us, you 8 guys go here, you 8 guys go here, you 8 guys go here. And I wound up going into Fox Company, which was about the 4th barracks down. And there was about 60 guys to each barracks. And you got a bed, and then you went from there. That's where you had your lockers, foot lockers, and you had a cabinet where you could hang your shirts and stuff.
So they had you go into your bunks and unload.
Yeah.
Then what happened?
We put on our fatigues, and then we had to put on our fatigues and everything and be outside in 20 minutes.
Did everybody make it?
Oh yeah, everybody made it. We were all hustling around because we didn't want, you know. And then they explained to us what was going to happen to us in the next 6-8 weeks. And that was the start of it. The first day we were there, that next morning, we all went down and got shots.
How many shots?
Sometimes it was 2 or 3. Sometimes it was only 1. They did it fast. Then we learned with when we eat, we got a schedule of when we ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and the PXs where they were at, and the theaters and all that stuff. And then when we had free time, we'd go there.
Tell me about your drill sergeants.
Let's see. The only one I remember is this guy, Clyde Jones. Boy, he was mean. I mean, there was nothing else but mean. During the war, he was World War II. He was PW, and the Germans had captured him. And they put him in a PW camp, and then him and a bunch of them got away. And they brought him back to the States, and he was on furlough for a while, and then they checked him all over to see if he was all right to go back, and they sent him up to Camp Roberts.
Tell me about some of the experiences you had going through training at Camp Roberts.
Well, it was a new experience for me. You know, things you'd never done before.
What time you get up in the morning?
5 o'clock.
Was that easy?
No, 5 o'clock in the morning, and we had something like 30 minutes to get our, whatever that day we wore, whatever fatigues that day, or Class C uniform, or Class B, or A. They had them all made up by letters. And you'd put your uniform on, make your bed, get everything straightened up, and your clothes hung and all that, and shave and all that stuff. You had 30 minutes, then you reported outside, and they normally had roll call. And they'd say, Reuben Race, yo, like that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we did that, and then we usually broke ranks and went to breakfast, and then we'd come back, and then sometimes we had about 15-20 minutes to kind of do nothing, and then sit in our barracks and kind of straighten things out, and then we went outside, and that's when we started boot camp then.
What'd they do in boot camp?
Oh man, everything. We double timed everywhere we went.
What's that?
What? You don't walk, you run. Just kind of in cadence. We learned all of that. You learn how to yell, Company F, stuff like that. We'd yell. You see it in the movies all the time. You hear them singing songs and stuff, and we learned all that and the basics. And then we started we had a schedule every day. They'd put it on the bulletin board at night. We'd go over and look at it. 5 o'clock to 5:30, you had to get your bed made. From 5:30 to 6:45, it was breakfast. And then at 6:45, we report to your front of your barracks, and you'd spread ranks, and the captain would come out, and he would talk to you about what's going to happen that day, and you started in. Learn how to tear rifles down, how to clean them. We did training for jungle training, and we learned how to crawl on our bellies with explosives going off around us, and all kinds of things.
So, what kind of rifle did you have the very first time?
Well, the first time I carried an M1 for a while, and then...
Now, you had never shot a gun before
No.
in your life?
No. Only time I shot a gun was when I went with Tony and them hunting for rabbits. Nothing there. But to truly learn how to carry a weapon and shoot it and everything. But then they had a competition for automatic weapons, so I thought I'd try it out and see what I could do. Anyway, I did very well on that, and at that time that was my first mistake I ever made in my life, because I did such a good job they made me carry a BAR.
And what was that?
Oh, that's a Browning automatic rifle. Fires about 20 rounds with a short clip and 60 rounds with a large clip. And you usually had an assistant gunner. And the guy that I had was named Manuel Rodriguez, real nice Mexican guy. In fact, they called me in, the captain called me in his office, and I said, oh man, what did I do already, And he called me in, he said, Reuben, I want to ask you a question. And I said, are you prejudiced or anything? I said, no. In fact, I told him about Venice High School. I said, gee, at Venice we got Orientals, whites, blacks, Mexicans. He said, well, I want to hook you up with a guy by the name of Manuel Rodriguez as your assistant gunner on the BAR. And I said, no problem. He said, okay, and thanked me, and we saluted and walked out, and he introduced me to Manuel, and me and him were buddies from there on out till we left Camp Roberts.
Well, his job was solely to do what?
Carry ammunition. He had banisters on both shoulders. He had them around his waist. Plus, I would carry usually a couple of banisters because when you're firing an automatic weapon, you can use a lot of ammo at one time. In fact, at that time, an automatic rifle, a Browning automatic, was the equivalent of 12 riflemen. So when they went after you, you were the first guy they looked for in the war. I didn't know that till I got overseas.
Now, when you were carrying it, so how much weight were you carrying?
Oh, it was quite a bit. The rifle itself weighed about, I think about between 10 and 20 pounds. And then we had all the ammo on us, so that was on top of that. Plus we had our packs and everything. You know, it wasn't easy. But
tell me about some of your hikes that you had to go on in boot camp.
Well, our first ones were just like around the parade ground and stuff like that.
Did you think it was going to be kind of easy?
Oh no, just going around the parade ground was enough. I mean, it was like 3 miles. By the time you started here and went all the way around, it was a mile this way, a half a mile this way, another mile this way, another half mile this way. And then we went on our first, what we call our full pack march with our rifles, full pack, combat pack on, everything. We carried everything. And we went on what was that, about a 35-mile hike. We went up to 100 Leggett, which is a maneuvering grounds for the Army in those days. 100 Leggett was the where they had it all set up for war conditions, you know, by bombings and explosives and tear gas, and they threw everything at you. But it was nice. Like I say, you're awful tired though when they get done with you.
And did you ever have any? You had mentioned a story one time about some war games where you weren't supposed to be able to capture someone.
Oh yeah, that was during our maneuvers. After you're in Camp Roberts, we had a 12-week training course.
Okay, that was over in Hawaii?
No, that was over here in Camp Roberts.
Okay.
And then when the Bulge come in Germany, they cut our training down to 8 weeks, and that's when we started going night and day. We'd come in at 5 o'clock, you know, take a shower, clean up, clean our rifles, get the first sergeant would check your rifle, it was clean and nice, you put it in the rack, and then you would go eat your dinner or whatever it is you had to do, that next step. And then that's how it was done. But then you'd no more get in your barracks and think, oh boy, I'm going to lay back on the bed. Well, then we all would hear something, yeah, we had an intercom. Everybody get on your Class C uniforms and get your packs and come outside. Here was 8:30 at night, you know, we'd already been out all day. So a lot of us were tired, you know, and we'd go out half the night. We wouldn't come in till, say, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, dead on our feet. 5 o'clock in the morning, they'd wake us up. And that's what we did. It was hard. It was very hard for me because I was only 18 years old. You know, I never lived like that.
Were most of the other guys there 18 years old?
Oh, yeah. Most of them were in my age bracket, from 18 to 24.
What was the hardest experience there at Camp Roberts?
I think maneuvers was the hardest for me.
Why?
Well, because it was supposed to be 6 or 7 days maneuver. What they did was they put you on a train and they take you up to San Francisco, and you get on some LCIs. They're called landing craft infantry, and these LCIs would take us up to Camp Roberts, and we'd sit off the coast of Camp Roberts. If you got off the LCI on the beach and went straight in 40 miles, you'd hit Camp Roberts. And that was a 60,000 acre Army grounds. That's how big it was. And it was owned by, of all people, they donated it to the Army to use for free, $1 a year, was Hershey candy bars. He owned the whole thing. So anyway, we went from, that was the hardest, because we spent 7 days of just running, trying to keep away from the enemy.
Did you stay away from them?
Oh yeah, we did pretty good. We got lost a few times, had to shoot azimuths with our compasses to find out where we were at. We did pretty good, but there was a lot of enemy around, and it was all we could do just to stay away from those guys, because they all wore yellow, and those are the enemy. And if they found us, you know, they'd start after us, and next thing you know, we were running into another bunch of them. But we were very fortunate in my company. There was 12 of us, and we all stuck together, and we did it. But yeah, boy, I tell you, it was tough.
You did it in 7 days?
Yeah, we got there. No, we didn't get in 7 days, but we got there in 9 days, and they had 10 days. And we did it in 9 days. We come across the orange line, and when we got across there, that was over for us, and we were safe. We had accomplished what we were supposed to do, but that was very hard on me. Man, I mean, I was really racked out, and a lot of guys got hurt, you know, falling down, broken legs, arms, scratches, cuts, bruises. Nobody died that I know of in our maneuvers, but it was miserable. It was a miserable thing, and the old man told us later, he said, if you got through this, you can go through anything in the war.
Did you have a graduation when you were done at boot camp?
Yeah, we sure did.
What'd they do?
Well, they had a parade out on the parade ground.
Did your mom and dad come?
When maneuvers was over, what they did was they took the 15 or 20,000 troops that were on maneuvers. We weren't just a little bunch of guys. There was about 15,000 of us. It was a whole division. And the division would come in, and we got out to the end of the parade ground where you go come into Camp Roberts, and here comes the band, big band, huge band there, all dressed in beautiful, clean suntans, you know, really sharp looking, shaven. And here we were, we'd been in rain for 4 days. We were mud. You know, I couldn't even tell my boots, they were so bad. I mean, you just caked with mud and stuff. And dirty, filthy. Anyway, they pulled our company out, and we were we carried the American flag in. That was kind of an honor, because we got the highest score in the maneuvers. In fact, we got more guys that came in alive than all the companies out there.
And that was how many people?
There was 179 guys in our company, or something like that. Yeah, it was 179. Mm-hmm. And we had a 96% or 96 or 98% casualty with nobody got hurt.
And so you got to march through with the American flag, all dirty?
Yeah, and I was a BAR man, so they made us stand on the outside of the company with our BARs on our shoulders, you know, and the gunner guy would be right by your side, you know. And it was a real honor, and like General Hodge told us, he said, I want you guys going in. He said, you're the dirtiest, filthiest looking guys I've seen in many years. I mean, we were really mud and dirty, our trucks and everything. The tanks were caked and everything, and so they had a parade, and we went right across America. In the interim of that, they had told everybody at Camp Roberts that these were all new rookies just coming into Camp Roberts, 48,000 of them, all rookies, except for the COs and everything that were in charge. But they made them all stand outside and watch us. This is what's going to happen to you guys when you get through. And I mean, we were filthy. That was a real experience. My mom and dad didn't get up there, but I wanted them to come up and visit. You know, a lot of the parents were there.
Mm-hmm. And after you graduated, what happened?
Well, after you graduated, we cleaned our rifles and everything, and got our dirty uniform, our dirty clothes put away and everything. We were given a 10-day pass to go home. And as soon as you got everything done, you went to the first sergeant, he checked your rifle and made sure that everything's all right, and then you put your rifle in the rack. All our rifles were always kept at one end of the barracks in a gun rack. And every once in a while, the old man would come through and grab one and look at it. If that thing was dirty, boy, that was something. And so you kept them really clean. But I got a 10-day pass and got to come home, and I used to ride with a bunch of my buddies. I paid, I remember, $5 or something like that. and I'd ride all the way from Camp Roberts home, and we'd come up through the ridge route and that way, back way, you know, through Maricosa and that way. And I come home, I wasn't even home, 4 days? I got a telegram to report back to Camp Roberts immediately. So, and I tried to...
What'd you think about that?
Oh, I couldn't understand why they were calling us back so soon, you know. But the bulge was on at that time, and then the Japanese started acting up, you know, and they needed more troops. And we were ready, you know, except for combat, except for jungle training. And when I got back, I was trying to get an airplane flight, but couldn't make it. And finally, my dad said, well, look, we'll take you back up to Camp Roberts. So they did. They brought me back up to Camp Roberts. I reported in, and there was only about 70% of us reported back, you know. I mean, the rest of them were coming, but they, you know, there was always a couple at 1AWL. They didn't, you know, they didn't. But I reported in, and they got me ready for combat. Yeah, you get all your, you know, I got a brand new BAR and all that stuff. And I was ready when they called us up, and they took us to Fort Lewis, Washington. And we got on a ship called the USS Yancey. It was the world's largest Navy cargo ship. The hole in that thing, you would never believe it. You could get at one end of the ship and look down, you couldn't believe that was one boat. And they had cots, one right after another. Hundreds of them, hundreds of them. And I got assigned to a bed. They had a number on each one. And I went down and got my stuff ready, and then I went over to Honolulu. And that's where the first day we were there, we got off the boat at around 11 or 12 in the morning. They took us to lunch and told us to get our fatigues on and bring our weapons, and we went jungle training.
And where did you land in Hawaii?
At Hickam Field.
At Hickam, so.
Yeah.
When was this?
That was just turned 1945.
So was there still any lingering damage from the
harbor
attack?
Oh yeah, you could go around and see all the stuff, all the ships that were sunk and everything.
What do you remember seeing about that?
Oh, I saw the Arizona. It was sunk and it was over on its side. It's now, since that time, it's settled now on its bottom like it should be. But there's something like, I don't know, 2,000 or 3,000 Navy guys inside of it.
So there's still a lot of devastation.
Oh
there.
yeah, there was. You couldn't even drive on some of the roads. They had the roads all blocked off. And Hickam Field was just nothing but a bunch of pile of junk. The hangars were blowing up and planes all over the place, all shot to pieces. And
still after all those years,
yeah,
huh?
well, in the months, you know, when it happened.
And you got to Hickam Field, then what happened?
We took our jungle training.
Where was that at?
At Hickam Field. Down at the end, they had a obstacle course, and you had to go through that thing. What they would do is...
When were you there? What month? Summer,
January.
winter, January?
Yeah.
So was it cold?
Oh yeah, it was chilly, and we went day and night jungle training. They told us all the things. They give us a lot of pamphlets to read and stuff. You know, how to take care of ourselves in the jungle.
What were some of the things?
Quinine.
What were some of the things you worried about in jungle training?
Well, just getting hurt. Man, there were so many guys that got hurt and everything.
What was this situation where they released water or something?
Yeah, that was it, the jungle training. What you did was you went through the jungle the first time dry. And there was trees and shrubs and everything all over the place, and you had to go through. They even had Filipino scouts that came over from the Philippines, and they'd work with you. And in fact, we had a couple in our platoon. In fact, one of them, I got his dog tags, I think, still in my drawer there with all my ribbons and everything. And they would go through the jungle with us and show us how to train, you know, and how to not move when we'd hear noises. They'd have things that were set up to make noise, and you would have to react real fast, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Then when you got in, then that's when the old man would jump all over you. You know, back there in that tree, blah, 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 you did a stupid thing. You stepped back and then out, and he said you would have got your head blown off. So, you know, things like that. But we learned. I learned fast. It was scary, because I was just a kid. I didn't. At first, you know, when you go in the service, you don't think that's anything like that's going to happen to you, and the next thing you know, you're in it.
What happened in this jungle training? You had said something about they released water.
Oh yeah, well then the next time we went through it, thinking it was going to be a dry run, it wasn't. They opened up these floodgates, and the water would come down like 3-4 foot high, just rush right in. Some of the guys got knocked down, you know, almost drowned. Luckily for me, I was big enough to be able to hold my own, and I hooked onto a tree that was right there, and the little guy with me, I never did figure the guy's, I don't know his name to this day, but he was a little guy. He almost drowned. He fell down, and then he tried to get back up, and he was getting water in his mouth and everything. Anyway, when we got done, then the water stops, and you got 4 foot of water you got to go through for about a half a mile, and it's oh man, it's a pits. When you get done, you come up out of the water, you got to load your weapon and fire it once. If it fires, you're clean. If it don't, then you got to go back and start over again.
So did some of the guys have to keep going over and over again?
Well, yeah, we did that all the time. There was always troops. In fact, back at Camp Roberts, when we were going through our basic, we had to call on. You've seen it in the movies lots of times where the guys crawl under the barbed wire.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they used to hang little bells on them. And you used to have to go under that thing. And if you went all the way through without ringing a bell, you were clean. If you didn't, you had to go up, go back, and start all over again. 2 o'clock in the morning, there was guys still out there trying to get through that thing.
They kept you doing it till you got
Oh
through,
yeah,
huh?
till you did it, yeah.
What was your first training like where you went through the live explosions and all that? What was
First
that
place was the Philippine Islands.
Well, no, in training.
Oh, in training? Well, we used ammo all the time. But the unfortunate thing is they didn't use what they call grade 1 powder. You used like grade 3. So when you fired your M1 or anything, it was not too bad. Well, when we first getting our combat shells, they were using high-grade powder. So when you fired that thing, the thing would buck on you, and you'd say, "What the devil?" And before you knew it, you were had a sore shoulder and the black and blue, and that was one of the things that really threw a lot of them off because we were using high-grade gunpowder.
How long were you in this jungle training?
Just about 4 days.
And what was the training, in this training, what worried you the most?
Drowning, because we were, you know, we had full packs on. See, they made us jump in a swimming pool with our full filled packs on. And it was your job to get from the pool down to the edge where you could walk. And they had guys with long poles with hooks on them, because a lot of those guys almost didn't make it. They almost drowned because their packs were so heavy. We had a full, what they call a full dress combat. And that's everything, your gun belts, the whole works, and your weapons and everything, and it was really hard, but I was fortunate enough I was able to make it, and I had no problem, but a lot of them had problems with that. But it was, in the jungle training, that was my only worry, was drowning, because the water come in so fast.
What did you think about in the back of your mind as far as the hand-to-hand combat? Did that worry you, that someday you might
Yeah, I
have to do
might
that?
have to do that, but fortunate enough, we never got that close to them. We got awful close, but we had no hand-to-hand combat. But
What were the orders that you got when you finished your jungle training?
he said, well, the captain Bammer, he was his name. He was a good captain. He told us that we were now full-fledged soldiers, and that our next stop would be real combat. We're going to go into the real combat. We're going to go into Zone 1. They had them broke down into zones. Zone 1 was the main area, the outer perimeter of the fighting area, and then they had Zone 2, which was the backup for 1 and 3, you know.
So you already knew where you were going?
Oh yeah, they told us we were going to the Philippines.
Did they ever give you any instructions about not to say anything about...
Oh yeah, they kept that all the time. Yeah, they used to say, well, we never got off the grounds. We had to stay right in our barracks and everything. Nobody was around us. They kept us all fenced in, you know, we couldn't talk to anybody. There was nobody around to talk to other than the guys you were with. They just told, no, they told us we were going to the Philippines, but we didn't know where. And Tony Redburn went to Mindanao, and I thought we were going to go to Mindanao. We didn't know. We went to Luzon.
Where was Mindanao?
It's just, if you look on a map, it's just below the main island of Luzon, which I guess you would call north.
Okay. So you've gotten your orders, you're ready to go to the Philippines. How did you get there?
By boat.
Do you remember what kind of ship you
It
were
was
on?
it was a Navy cruiser like. They had 450 guys on each one. Why they put us on there? Because they were fast, and they wanted to get us over there in a hurry.
Now, something I kind of missed earlier, and that is when you left Camp Roberts to go to Hawaii, did your mom and dad come up and see you off?
No.
And then
No.
they call or send you a letter?
No, I just talked to them on the phone, told them I was going to be leaving. You wouldn't hear from me for about a month.
What'd they say?
Nothing. You know, I said I just can't say anything, and that's it. That was it.
And so you're on the ship, you're on your way over to the Philippines. What were you thinking in your mind?
Well, most of us were thinking about, you know, what we were going to get into, you know.
Had you heard any stories about what
Oh
was
yeah,
going
we
on
heard,
over
you know,
there?
how miserable it was, and you know, what we were going into, and we thought the jungle training was nothing compared to what we were going to run into, and boy, they were right.
So you did get news information while
Oh,
you
yeah.
were sailing over there.
Oh yeah. And then every day they had a session on board ship where we all had to go to meetings, and they would talk about, you know, how, when we were going to land, and, you know, and how many are going to be in each LCI and all that, and what assault wave you're going to be in and all that.
Did it frighten you that you were crossing
Yeah.
the ocean all the way over to the Philippines?
Yeah.
Anything happen out there while you were traveling that you
No, just
remember?
the routine things. I remember we, the cook on board the ship, the Navy ship, you could buy a sandwich, a steak sandwich from him. He'd pay like $3. This guy was making money on the side. Yeah, you'd buy a steak sandwich, you know. I got a couple of them once in a while.
How long did it take you to cross the ocean to the Philippines?
It takes about, well, from Frisco to the Philippines, it takes about 16 days.
Were you ever worried about being hit by subs?
Yeah, we were chased by the subs a couple of times.
What happened?
Well, we zigzagged and crisscrossed, and it was really something. It was late at night, and we kept turning and zigzagging, and the next morning we were all back to normal again, doing our thing. You know, we were all real close. I mean, we're all, you could see the guys on the other ship, which is more than about 100 yards from you.
Oh, how many were in the group of ships?
I think there was about 20-some ships, if I remember. It was 23 ships.
Were they all just
They were all
transport?
loaded. Oh yeah, and except for the outer ones, they were all Navy, and they were the kind of the guards that kept the submarines out of our way and everything.
What kind of sight was that?
Oh, that was devastating to look out there and see all those ships, and knew there was 400 or 500 guys on board, and I thought, oh man, if they ever got hit by a torpedo, you know. Yeah.
All right, so tell me what a full jungle outfit included. What did you have? You had a...
Well, you had everything. You had
Well,
your
tell
ODs.
me what did you have? What did you have in a
You had
pack?
combat boots on, and you have your fatigues, and then you had your full field pack, which carried, you know, clothes like shirt and pants and stuff like that. Then you had a gun belt, which carried all your ammo around you. Then they had other things that hung off of that. You had a hand grenade rack, which held 2 hand grenades, and you had a bayonet. Well, we had 12-inch bayonet that went on the end of your rifle or the BAR, and you couldn't wear any jewelry, nothing to identify yourself. You couldn't have anything like that. That was it, a full field pack.
And the night before you arrived in the Philippines, did they tell you, all right, tomorrow morning we're going to be in the Philippines?
No,
They didn't tell you.
They didn't tell us nothing until
So So you didn't know until you saw
No, that
land?
evening, at 9 o'clock in the evening, we got a call, roll call. It means that we all had to go up on deck and line up. And then they checked each one of our names.
And then what'd they tell you?
Then they said, well, tomorrow morning at 4 o'clock we're going to be landing
And where were you landing?
at a place called Lingayen Gulf in Luzon Islands.
And was this an area that was held by the Americans?
No, it was held by the Japanese, and I was in the 3rd assault wave. And we were going in at low tide.
Why were they doing that?
So that the LCIs could get up on the beach without having you be wide open. So when we did, on that morning when we started in, they started sending the troops in about 4 o'clock in the morning, and
So
it was
it's still
dark.
pitch black.
Oh yeah, it was dark as daylight, but there was all kinds of lights around. You know, the Japanese had 4 years to put concrete bunkers in and all kinds of stuff.
So how old were you when you were on the ship waiting to go on to Luzon?
18.
And how long ago had you turned 18?
About 4 months.
Were most of the other people on the ship with you the same age?
No, there was a lot of 18-year-olds, yeah. Mostly in the 20s.
So how far offshore were you in Luzon?
Well, we were in the, we were out about 4 miles.
And you could see the island?
Oh yeah, we could see the shelling and all the stuff that going on. The fighter planes were coming in over our heads.
So the war was already going?
Well, the war had been going for 4 years.
Well, right, but at Luzon, you were in the 3rd wave?
Yeah.
And how much earlier had the 1st wave gone in?
About an hour and a half.
And so the ships were shelling?
Oh yeah, the Navy had been shelling 24 hours before we even went in. And so was the Air Force.
So what was that like standing on the ship there and seeing this going on?
It was devastating just to see all that gunpowder, and they were shooting back naturally, and it was a sight to see if you'd never seen anything like that in your life. It was just continuously bombing, just go, bombing.
So was there anything there on Luzon, or was it just?
Oh yeah,
empty
no,
beach?
where we went in at Lingayen Gulf is about halfway up the island of Luzon, and that was a big port for the Japanese Navy. They had a big port up there, naval port, and that's where they kept the fuel for the aircrafts and the trucks and all things they had there.
So the time for, oh, I'm sorry. What?
Oh no, go ahead.
On the 3rd wave was ready to attack, so you got down, and what kind of vehicles did you get in to go?
Well, we got an LCIs. We were on board freighters, and we went over the side road with the rope ladders. You've seen them on TV a lot of times. We practiced that when we were at Fort Ord, how to climb over and go down the rope ladders. And
Were they easy to climb?
no, they were awkward as the devil, because you had so many. Some of the guys lost their weapons off their shoulders, you know, and they went right down in the drink, and they had. You had to know what you were doing. You had to hold on the rope real tight, because there were 6 or 8 guys at a time going over. When they say over, the first group would go 8 guys across that rope ladder and going down. And it wasn't just there. It was on the ship. There was 3 areas: front, in the middle, and in the back. And we were unloading. And we'd get in LCIs, and then we'd line up the LCIs, and then we'd wait for the signal to go on in. But by the time we got ready to go in, the tide had changed a little bit, and the water was a little deeper. They were concerned about that.
So you're heading towards Luzon in these landing craft, and while you're heading towards the beach, what's happening?
Oh, shelling, firing. Shells were coming around us, you know, and exploding, and we all had our heads down. The young man said, everybody keep your head down, because we're going to get some what we call ground fire, which means that they were firing automatic weapons and rifles and stuff like that.
And what were you thinking while you were sitting there?
Well, I wasn't really thinking too much. I was just thinking, I hope to God I got through it without getting my head blown off. it's a funny feeling. It's especially when we got inshore. You know, we got close enough to shore where they dropped the
And they drop the front of the ship, and
the whole front of the ship opens up.
How far away from the beach were you?
Well, we were only supposed to be about 50 to 100 feet, but the tide had came in, so we were already about, a good 100 yards from the shore.
So a lot further away.
Oh, yeah, and we had to, some of those guys went in the water, you know, the water would come up to me, almost to my neck, and
How'd you keep your weapon dry?
I didn't. I went inshore with the butt of the rifle, and I had it already loaded, and I was more concerned with the guy next to me, and Rodriguez, who's my ammo man, because he weighed a ton. He had several banners on his shoulder and his back, and anyway, between me and him and this other guy, we made it into shore up to about our waist, and it wasn't too bad after that, but it was miserable getting on shore because they'd already pinned him down.
And this is still nighttime?
Yeah, just starting to get daylight.
Mm-hmm.
And you could see a lot of guys on the ground and stuff. They were all pinned down. But luckily, by the time daylight came, the Navy had shelled enough there that they were pulling back the Japanese. They were really pouring it to them. Just one shell after another, and it's devastating, the noise. You just can't believe how much noise there is. And you got to keep cool all the time. And that's one thing in the Army, they taught us to keep cool under pressure, you know, because they said you won't realize how devastating it is, and they were right. Yeah.
And so you hit the beach at Luzon.
Yeah.
And how long were you on the beach before you were able to move
Well,
in?
we moved in about a half a mile, and we pitched in there. We all dug foxholes in there, and we stayed there for about 2 days because the Marines had already landed up above us about 10 miles, and they were just beating the daylights out of them. So the Japanese only had one way to go. They had to go north. And that part of the island of Luzon had never been traveled by a white man. The only person that was ever up there that was white was a Catholic priest, and he lived with the Pygmies. And these Pygmies were little dinky people. They only stood about 3 foot high, 4 foot, rotten old teeth. I mean, real Pygmies is astounding. And they carried spears that were about 5, 6 foot long, and they had little barnacles on them. And they were so accurate with those, you couldn't believe it. And
so they were friendly to the Americans?
oh yeah, we used them for scouts. Yeah, when we tell them you see the enemy, you know, Japanese, they'd point them out to us. And then we'd send as we were pushing them north, we finally caught up with the Marines, and they'd pushed the Japanese right up to the corner of Luzon. And we were in mountains that had never been traveled by white men. It was really something.
Rough terrain?
Oh yeah, really rough, real hilly. And then, like I said, the Japanese were dug in, and they had a lot of time to dig holes and bunkers. They had bunkers everywhere.
So here you are, you're 18 years old, you're on the beach, you're shooting your gun, you know, what's going through your mind?
Well,
what are you thinking?
You see death like it was nothing. It's astounding how you get adjusted to it real quick. You never get adjusted to it, but you see it and you just continue on. You don't realize that there's a possibility that you'd be one of those victims, you know. But the good Lord, I guess He watched over me because it was really devastating. Here I am, 68 years, and I still think about a little bit how darn lucky I was.
And after you pushed through Luzon, what happened?
Well, after the war was declared over, we...
So did you catch it at the end of the war? Is that
yeah, I was actually on the end of the war, end of it. And the war was declared over, what, September, October, something like that, I can't remember. Or March of the next year. Let's see. I think it was March of the next year that the Japanese surrendered.
All right, now, after Luzon, where did you go?
Well, after Luzon, I stayed right there. I was a guard for the 120th Chemical Corps. And what I did was, at that time, we, as they were bringing the PWs down out of the mountains, we put them in a prison on the beach. We built a prison on the beach. And we fenced them all in with barbed wire and all kinds of stuff, you know.
How many were there?
Oh, about 3,000.
What kind of shape were they in? By that time?
Some of them were in pretty good shape, other ones that weren't too good a shape. We were more civilized with them than they were with us in St. Thomas Prison when I went through there. Those people were nothing but skin and bones.
Where was St. Thomas Prison?
Well, after with the Philippines, after the war was over and we started bringing the PWs in, we were pulled out and we went down to Luzon, and we went to there was a camp down there. I can't think of the last name of it, but we called it the St. Thomas Prison, and I think that was the name of it. I'm pretty sure after all these years of trying to remember. But anyway, the Americans were PWs in there, and it was the pits. It was nothing but people walking around with bones with skins on them. That's all they had. And then we found the.
So did you
cremated
liberate them?
The what?
Did you liberate?
No, they were
them?
liberated before I got there. The Army guys were there, and some of the Marines, and then the CBs came in, and they started fixing things up right away for the people. They had to build this huge hospital real fast, and it was a sight to see people that had tried to exist for 5 years under Japanese rule. It was devastating. And then we found the crematoriums where they had literally cremated hundreds of people. As they died, they wouldn't bury them. They just put them in this furnace and burn them up, you know. And, yeah.
And so after that time period, where did you go?
Then I went back down to Lingang Gulf and went back to my old job of working with a chemical company. We found a lot of stuff that was had to be destroyed, and that was our job. We did that till I got our company was pulled out, and we were taken back to Honolulu.
Now, prior to this time, your job was to find ammunition and destroy it?
Yeah, well, it was everything really, finding bodies, American bodies and Japanese, and we'd let the grave registration know where they were at and stuff like that, and ammunition, equipment, rifles and stuff, we'd bring in, and we'd put them in a big pile, and the government picked them up, put them on these big LCIs, take them out about 30 miles in the ocean, they dumped them.
Now, what was the story you had told about some cave that you found that you blew it up in it?
Oh, yeah. That was up in Luzon, up above Baguio. The Baguio was the summer capital of the Philippines. You talk about getting hot. When they say hot over there, they mean it. Same thing with the monsoon. When they say monsoon season, nothing to rain 6-8 inches in about an hour, you know, just whoosh. Yeah, anyway, we found this huge cave. You could drive trucks in it. It was a 2-lane road, actually went in it. And we went in, there was ammo all over in boxes, you know, but it was all, you know, small arms and stuff like that. We didn't realize that beyond that was a cave just full of gunpowder. I mean, a lot of gunpowder. And what we were doing is we'd set up schedules, and they'd say we're going to blow up this cave, and number 21, we're going to blow it up at 2 a.m., you know, or something like that. So they set this bit of thing up, and we went down the hill, and they set it off, and it literally took the mountain right off there was no more here mountain. It literally blew it off, and it set off the earthquake machines in Manila. That's how powerful this thing was. And I was down in a foxhole, and you couldn't believe the debris. There was trees, limbs, bricks, all kinds of stuff come flying out. A lot of guys got hurt. A lot of them got busted arms, legs, and stuff like that. Got hit with, one guy got hit with a truck, piece of a truck, and almost died. But nobody got died, but they sure got a lot of injuries out of it. But that was weird. The whole side of the mountain looked like St. Helens up there in Washington. Big hole in the side of the mountain where it just literally blew it out. They figured we blew enough. At one time I heard somebody say it was something like 270,000 pounds of gunpowder we blew up. And it was funny, you know, at the time it wasn't, but later on when we, you know, they said, "Oh, you're the guys that set out that thing in up at Baguio." Yeah, well, we sure did. I mean, we blew that mountain out of existence. So, but that was something unusual.
And then, while you're in Luzon, is this during the time that they dropped the atomic bombs?
Yeah.
Where were you?
I was in Luzon.
Had you heard about it?
Oh yeah, they said that America was going to go to Japan and bomb them.
Did they say what kind of bombs?
And I said, gee, no, they're just bombing, you know. They went to, I guess they went out of Guam or Okinawa. I don't know which area they went out of. But anyway, we heard the radio over Stars and Stripes. We had a radio station that was operated by the United States there, and they called it Stars and Stripes. Anyway, they said they had bombed, and about 70% of the town literally just disappeared.
Had they told you that it was a new kind of bomb?
Later, they told us that it was a new type of bomb being used, and it was very devastating. And then they went up, the next day they bombed, what was it, Yokohama? Nagasaki. And they literally tore that town apart too. And then the Japanese gave up, and that's when the PWs really started pouring into them, coming down out of the hills, surrendering.
They gave up.
Oh yeah, they'd come down with their hands up over their head, and they'd, you know, bowing. And we'd take them down to the PW camp, put them in there. I think when we finally got done, we had like something like 6,000 or 7,000 PWs down there in this camp. And then all the ones that Japanese, you know, they firm believer in cremation. We took literally thousands and thousands of urns. We put them on board ships later. This was several weeks later after the war was over. We started shipping them home. We'd put them on freighters. They'd bring them in these big freighters in Luzon. They built a huge pier out there. And the floaters, you know, the pontoon bridge, they built those. And they had about 3 or 4 of those in the island. And we started using all the equipment there, where they had big storage tanks for gasoline. And they brought in these great big refrigerator trucks. And they'd store meat and everything in it for all the GIs there and everything. We put these guys on board and took them back and forth to Japan.
All right, so you had put all the urns and that on the ship and sent them back to...
yeah, Grave Registration did it. I was just a guard.
Uh-huh. Did you ever have any trouble with any of the Japanese that were there?
We had trouble with them, but I was never involved in any of them. It was just cut and dry for me. I had a section up forward, and just not me, but there were several guards. But we didn't have any trouble with them.
And then what happened after that time?
Then I came back to Luzon, where I was at, and we started to... they were using the Japanese for prisoners of war to build the roads and streets and stuff. Like I said, boy, there's no place like the United States of America. Man, they had dirt roads, no curved streets or sidewalks. It was just plain jungle. They lived in mud huts, and they had bamboo roofs, and some of them had bamboo roofs, some of them had regular roofs made out of tin. And all of them lived on stilts, you know, they were above the ground.
So, what did you learn from this short stint in Luzon and battles and people killing it? What was when you stood there after it was all over, what did you say to yourself about it?
Well, I didn't really think too much about it other than the fact that I said, now I know why maybe the United States of America is a country that everybody looks up to because we're so civilized. Plus, you know, a lot of, most of the governments are very corrupt, you know, in their dealings in those foreign countries. That's why I said I'd never go out of the United States if I wanted to travel. But I went at the bad time during the war, but when they said it was time for me to go home, boy, I had my bags packed and I was ready to get out of there. But I got out on the point system. You had to have X amount of points. I think it was 25, and I haven't made that. I had 26 and a half or something. And
How did you make the points?
by the time amount of service you had, and the ribbons, I got the Asiatic Pacific Campaign ribbon.
What other ribbons did you get?
Oh, gee, you know, I haven't looked at them in years. But
did you get a marksman or a sharpshooter?
Oh yeah, I had all that from the basic.
What were you?
Basics. Well, I was classified as a sharpshooter, but then I was a Browning automatic. I think I got a medal in that for a Browning automatic. You fire 1,000 rounds, and if you hit you know, it was something like 900 of them hit the target, you know, and that way you get points for that. And for every week you were in the Army, whatever rank you were, you got points. And when I was in, if you got 10 hours of combat, you could automatically become a first class PFC. That's the only way I made PFC. You had to have 10 hours of combat, and I got that. I got the combat infantry badge because I was, you had X amount of hours in.
So, just to recant a couple of things, did you ever in your own mind ever think about not going to war when they called you up?
Oh, I never thought there would be any wars at all, period.
But when they called you up and said you were going, you never had any doubts about going?
Oh, I had no doubts of not going. No, I wasn't one of those that said they weren't going to fight or anything like that. No, I believed in, I've always believed in the United States of America. I mean, in fact, a lot of people don't realize what a great country you have because they've never had to see the opposite of what we have. And believe me, a lot of countries don't have nothing. You can see it now in our modern time how devastated some of these countries are because of the way they live, and they've never changed.
Did you ever have any doubt in your mind that you wouldn't pull the trigger once you were there on the
Oh
beach?
no, I never had that problem because they were going to make sure they were going to kill you, and you get something inside you tells you got to keep your head down and keep going.
So, in closing, what would you say, how would you define World War II? What would you tell someone if you had to tell them briefly about World War II?
Well, it showed that a country is like the United States where we have all the freedoms in the world. Nobody can dictate to you and tell what you can do. They don't, if you work hard and achieve things in life that you want to, you can do that in the United States. A lot of countries you can't do that. The things that families can have freedom to do what they want and go where they want, these are all things. The Constitution that was written, which was written in the 1800s, is truly the backbone, I guess you'd say, of the United States, and that shows the freedoms that we have. And the war proved it, the fact that we, as a country, can defend ourselves, and we wouldn't have to be put under a dictate as some other country that would take us over. And I believe that that's the one thing that we have in our advantage, that we have the power and the men and the equipment to be able to do that. We showed that in World War II.
Now, you had said that after the World War II, you had gone to Korea.
Yeah, occupational duty.
Now, what happened? Now, after World War II, you were in Luzon. When did you come home?
Well, let's see. The war was over was it July or August? Somewhere in there, July, August, or September, I can't remember, World War II, 1945, it was over. And we went, I did occupational duty for a couple of months, and then I was shipped over to Korea.
All right, now let's back up just a little. When you came home from Luzon,
Yeah.
how did you come home?
I came home on a freighter
And where did you dock?
at San Pedro.
What kind of welcome did you get?
Well, they had a band out there and everything.
Was
you
there
know.
a lot of people there?
Oh yeah, a lot of parents and stuff found out that we were coming in. Well, I'll tell you where we landed. We landed right across from the ports of call. They're right up above it a little bit. There's a big pier. It's a big warehouse, and they converted. And that was where everybody came in.
Across the river?
Yeah,
from Ports of Call?
from the channel there.
Uh-huh.
If you looked across the channel, you would see ports of call. And there is up just a little ways. There's some oil tankers in there now, but big tanks that hold gas or whatever they hold in them. Just above that, there's some docks, big warehouses. You know, they're half a mile long and quarter of a mile wide.
So was that kind of exciting pulling in?
Oh yeah, you know, coming up the coast. It was early in the morning, so we got to see, and I said, gee, there's Venice, there's Santa Monica, there's Redondo Beach, you know. We went around the bend, and I saw Catalina, and then we pulled in the harbor, and then when we started pulling into the harbor, the main channel, you know, there at Ports of Call, because when you come in, you got to go to the left, and when you come in, and we came in, and we went down there. It was fun to be able to come home locally.
Was there anybody from your family that was there?
No.
And so, how did you get home?
Oh, I got home, I called my mother, told them I was in, and would they come pick me up, and
What did they say? Were they glad
oh,
to have
Mom was excited. My dad, you know, my dad was kind of, well, he's home, you know,
Uh-huh.
but my dad was good. I knew, you know, he's like me, he doesn't show affection very much, and that's a bad thing to have, I guess, in a lot of ways.
So you came home. How long were you home before you got your next call?
Oh, I was only home about a month.
And what
I
happened?
had 30 days time coming, so I took the 30 days, and then I reported into my company up at Camp Roberts and told them I was coming in, and they said fine, because we got to ship you out right away.
And what did you say?
I said, oh no, not already. And they said, yeah, they said, we'll talk to you when you come in. So that was it, and when I got back, I had to go to Korea.
Why did you have to go to Korea?
One of them is they didn't have enough troops.
What did
And
they
they were having trouble with the communists at that time. And they wanted us guys because we were all over 6 foot tall. I mean, we were a big group, and we were devastating. I mean, we got a reputation that, you know, it was like the mafia. I mean, we'd go anywhere or do anything, we just literally tear everything to pieces. I mean, there was nothing left when we got done. But that's what we were trained to do.
Just to back up just for a few minutes, whatever happened to your companion Rodriguez?
Rodriguez came home. He had 4 kids. He went to El Paso, Texas, and while he was, he got a chance to go to work for an oil company down near the Gulf, and he went to work for them, and unfortunately, I guess they had a stack of pipes or something. Anyway, a couple of them broke away, and one of them hit him and killed him.
When was that?
That was about a year after he got home. And Alice, I heard from her for a couple of years, and then I didn't ever hear from her again, never. It's been 50 years now, and I've never heard a word from her. Whatever happened to her and the kids.
Okay. All right, so you got this notice that you had to go to Korea because of the communists, you say?
Yeah, they were having trouble over there with the communists. And they didn't have a lot of troops because most of the troops were tied up bringing back PWs and a lot of stuff from the war, and they were cleaning up after the war, you know, all that equipment and everything that they had, and they were, all the bunkers and stuff, they were blowing them up, and they were taking all the guns and everything, putting them on flatbed trucks, shipping them down to the harbor, put them on a boat, and then take them out there and dump them in the ocean. So that's what they did.
All right, now you had said something about Korea. Was Japan?
Yeah, Korea is part of Japan. And then when the communists, we broke up, they split the country in half, and they had the North Korean and South Korea. The North Korea is the communist-held country. On the south is, you know, a republic on its own.
Now this had happened after you were there.
Yeah.
All right, now what happened when you went over there?
Well, they sent me up to the 38th parallel for a while to pull guard duty, which I did.
What'd you do?
Well, I was a guard along the parallel there. We had, in those days, we didn't have a fence. All I had was a plowed field all the way, you know, over the hills, and they plowed it like 20 foot wide. Nothing in that area at all, cleaned out. But now there's a fence breaking off south from the north.
Did there ever...
We went up there by train mostly. They, you know, they had a lot of trains in Korea at that time. They had these bullet trains, and boy, you'd go right along. I mean, you know, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour.
So what, anything happened up there in Korea that you remember?
Well, we got, one time we took up some United Nations relief supplies on a train. We had about 15 cars, and then there was 2 or 3 cars with troops, and we had machine guns up on the roof of the train. That was a miserable post to be on. And then when we pulled into the parallel, 38th parallel they called it then, we pulled the train in one time, and they put barbed wire. There was barbed wire around us, and they closed the barbed wire after the train got in.
Why?
They didn't want us to leave the train. They didn't want us to mingle with people and stuff like that. And the old man, who was a full major, and the colonel, went out there with a big pair of snips and cut all the wire. Anyway, it was an incident that could have run into a lot of problems. Because the communists didn't like it one bit, and they had the United Nations advisors there. They had, big shots from North Korea and South Korea and everything. And the old man stood his ground with him, said, "No way you're going to pin us in." Yeah, Captain Bammer, he said the same thing. Those, you know, he'd say, "Those dirty son of a guns, what do they think we are, prisoners of war or something like that?" You know, he's the one that came out and told us one time, and this was back in the 40s now. He said, "Someday we're going to have to go to a war here," and boy, was he right. I thought, oh no, they would never do that, but they did. And to this day, I still believe, I don't know how he knew, but he just knew there was going to be a war there someday.
So what else did you do in Korea besides guard duty?
Well, I was attached to a infantry company. I was in the 31st Infantry Regiment, 7th Division, Company F. And our job was that we'd work every other month with the MPs. And we'd go around and tear up these places.
What places?
Well, the biggest one I ever got involved in was the communist newspaper in downtown Seoul. And it was in a 4-story building. There was absolutely nothing left when we got done. They raided the place because they were writing real nasty stuff about the United States and all that. And they wanted the people to rebel and cause riots and stuff like that, and that was it. We raided the place, just busted everything. We must have busted millions of dollars worth of printing equipment. He didn't want to see a thing standing. And we busted that up, and that took care of the communist newspaper. They never did go back into business. But they hated our guts after that, you know, but...
and then you were an MP?
Yeah, and you were attached to an infantry group, but they had 4 soldiers for each Jeep. They had an Army, they had a Navy guy, a Marine, and whoever else, the Marines or the Coast Guard or somebody. We all rode together in a Jeep, and that was our job, to patrol downtown Seoul at nights.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd go up and down the streets like the black and white cars do. We'd go up and down the streets, making sure, you know, because once in a while they'd put a curfew in, that nobody was allowed on the streets after midnight for 3 weeks or something like that. So we did that. Then I pulled guard at all the embassies, the British Embassy, the American Embassy, you know, all of them. One night on the British Embassy, I almost got knifed. A Korean guy come up. He was acting kind of funny. and I was pulling guard duty, and he had a knife. I saw the knife, and I told him that he was reaching for the knife, and I said, if you touch that knife, I said, I'm going to blow your head off. And I brought my carbine down, and I had ammo in it, but I didn't have it in the chamber. So I hit the chamber, and the bullet went up into the, and that kind of scared the guy, because all I had to do was touch that trigger, and he'd had his head blown off. But that was the only incident I ever had when I was over there. I used to guard the Shanima Hotel and the Tanaka House. The Shanima Hotel was a place for American nurses. That was a miserable job. You always had fist fights. Guys get drunk, they'd want it. Nothing, no males were allowed above the first floor. Nothing but females. And it was the pits. Always had fist fights. Guys trying to climb up these stairs, you know, and we had 2 guards at the top of the stairs and 2 guards at the bottom of the stairs. That's the way we had to do it. And it was miserable. It was a miserable job, that job. The Tanaka House wasn't bad at all.
What was that?
Well, that's where all the surgeons, nurses lived, and it was nice, real nice place. It was all fenced in, had a oriental garden and everything. It was really beautiful inside. We patrolled that all night long, and that was an easy job because the wall was like 14 foot in the air. You know, nobody could get in that easy. And
you had told a story about something about you had undone some stairs.
oh yeah, that there was a we were attached to a MP group. And it was our job that week to work prostitution, and it was a real problem over there because they had a lot of venereal disease. Oh man, there was regiments over there that were restricted to their companies, their regimental areas, for like 30 days because the venereal disease rate was so high, and so we had to raid all these places all the time. Well, this place was huge. It's a 2-story bamboo kind of hut. It was about 6.5, 8 feet off the ground. Well, it had these huge stairs, and you went through all the routine. You guys take the back, you guys take the front, you guys, you know, the cuff guys would be on the side, and you know, they had it all worked out where we had, each of us had a job to do. Well, me and this guy, what was his name? Little, short, heavy-set guy. His name was Anderson, and him and I got the idea about taking these staircase loose. I said, gee, this thing's almost ready to fall off, you know. So we got a big 2x4 and we ripped that thing off the wall. It come off real easy, believe it or not. It was that easy. And we pulled the steps off, and we pulled the steps down the side of the hill, you know, about 20, 30 feet away from the building, so if they ever found them, you know, they'd put them back up. Well, anyway, we raided the joint. I mean, it was bedlam for about a half an hour. I mean, you couldn't believe the noise going on in there, handcuffing these guys and taking the girls. And we took the girls down to the 29th General Hospital, and they were all checked for venereal diseases. That's the way they did it. In those days, they could do it legally without their consent or not. And then the guys, we'd book all those guys. Well, anyway, about 9 of them decided to go out the back door. The only thing is the steps were gone. And these guys ran out the end of the steps, and they fell about 8 or 9 feet. Oh yeah, it wasn't. You can laugh now, but I can't. A couple of them got broken ankles and broke their wrist, and some broke their fingers. But anyway, the old man later kind of disciplined us for it because we didn't let him know what was going on, and we told him it was a spur of the moment idea, you know, and blah blah. And but afterwards, it was all over. He said that was funny. He said that was funny. Anyway, they were a little upset with us, but we got out of that jam real easy. But this guy Anderson, he was funny. Little short guy. I never forgot him because he was on the heavy set side. You know, he's a little plump. But he would get into more mischief, that guy. We had a lot of fun, me and him together in the Army.
And how long were you over in Korea?
About 8 or 9 months is all.
Okay, so...
And I was eligible to come home. And
did you have any other duties besides being MPs?
oh yeah, we had our regular Army duties. You know, we...
what did you do?
Well, we'd take prisoners, Korean prisoners that were arrested, you know, for all kinds of stuff. and we'd take them out in the fields and let them cut weeds and chop weeds and clean up the streets and in Korea there in Seoul. Yeah.
Was it a miserable place to be in, Korea, or did you
Well,
enjoy
Korea
it?
was a dirty place. I mean, it was really dirty until the Americans came in. You know, as far as I was concerned, they weren't even civilized. The restrooms were all men and women together. A woman would just, or a man would come in and just squat, and they'd stand on these little pots. They were little trenches, and they were about 14, 16 inches long, and maybe about 10 or 12 inches wide, and 2 or 3 feet deep, and they were made just like a toilet. And they'd just go over there and squat on those and go to the toilet. Then during the daytime or whatever night it was, they have a honey cart come around. And that was a cart by 6 by 6 by 6. And half of it was filled with water. And the other half, the guy would go in with a scoop and scoop those out and put it in the honey cart. And oh, stink. Oh, it was horrible. But anyway, they would take that and take it down to their gardens. And they used human fertilizer. And they tried to restrict us from eating the tomatoes and the cucumbers. And, you know, we'd go down and buy the tomatoes and stuff and everything. You couldn't tell the difference. The only thing is the fertilizer was human fertilizer. It wasn't like cow manure or anything like that. But I did that, and I pulled regular guard duty, and I did motorized patrol with MPs, and generally just did our regular maintenance around our building, you know.
And did you remember any other experiences that happened to you over there?
Well, during the winter time, the Han's River, it was called the Han's, H-A-N, Han's River would freeze over. And we'd get a long rope on a Jeep, and we'd get a board, and we'd go 70 miles an hour down the road, and then we'd let go of the rope, and they'd go out on the lake. And we'd go for miles down the river on these boards. We had a lot of fun doing that. That was fun. That was a lot of, every once in a while one of them would go too thin and go through the ice, and we'd have to go out there and get him, but that was fun. It got awful cold in the wintertime there. And everything was heated with coal. They heated coal. You actually mixed water with it. And then make it like a mud. And they'd put a little bit of gasoline or kerosene on it, light it, and it would burn for hours and hours and hours.
You had said something about the cars used coal?
Oh yeah, the taxis over there used coal, and on the back of these taxis, where the trunk was, they had these big black things that sit on the back, and they were coal burners. And they'd put the coal in them, they'd mix the water in with the coal, and then they'd put the coal in, then they'd put kerosene, then the guys would come in and light them about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, so that the taxis by 6 o'clock, they were hot, you know, and they'd run on heat. That's how they run them.
So what did they sound like when they were going?
Oh, they were, you know, they were horrible sounding. Smoked, you know, some of them got smoking pretty bad and then like, but you could get a taxi over there and go across town for like, you know, 40 cents, something like that in those days.
And so about what time did you finally receive your orders that you were going home?
Well, they sent out a memo, the Army did, and you could get out one or two ways. You could get out with service time, which is 2 years, which I had, or you get out on the point system, or if you had a lot of kids and stuff, that was you were eligible for that. So everybody turned in that was going to be, they could do it, and then I put in for it because I wanted to get out of the service. And I got out on the point system. I could have used that or the service time, but I got on the point system because I had enough points. And we packed our bags. They called us, and every day they'd have a list up at the headquarters of all the men that were going to be sent home. And I'd go down there every day and read it, and finally my name was on there. And I got on what was the name of that ship? USS Victory. And they brought me home. And we landed in San Pedro.
What was that like traveling across from Korea? Was that a long trip?
Oh, that was miserable. 20 days you were on a boat. And you know, them boats in those days, you know, they rocked like a lot of guys got sick. You know, they'd be hanging over the rail about halfway across, you know. I only got sick once, and that was it. After that, it was no problem, but it was miserable. your bunks were almost head to head, you know. I mean, you just lay down and there was a bunk ahead of you. It was miserable. And they didn't have real good air conditioning, you know, and stuff like. I used to sleep up on the deck. I'd take a blanket and a pillow and I'd go up on the deck and sleep up there. I just couldn't sleep in my bunk. It was too warm.
Did you feel like your time was wasted over in Korea, or that it
No,
was
I don't
something
think
that
it
was
was
never going to
wasted
be
because,
resolved?
well, Korea was a little different than most countries, but you did find out, you know, how the different people live, you know, and how they lived. And here was a country that I thought was really modernized, and they had nothing, you know. They had lousy bus service. They had the only thing that was good over there was their train service. They had excellent trains. They had bullet trains that would go like 90 miles an hour in those days, which was really something. Yeah.
Now, you took a transport. How many men were on that transport ship when you went home?
There was about 2,800 of us.
So was this another fanfare that you got when you arrived at San
No,
Pedro?
well, yeah, when we got to Pedro, they had a band there, Army band, and they had banners and stuff all flying around, and balloons, and, you know, and these were all veterans coming home from the war, and blah, blah. In fact, I found my Army pin just the other day. It's in the bedroom there, that you get when you got out of the service. They gave you a pin and told you were a veteran, you know.
Did your mom and dad make it to the pier the second time?
Yeah, they made it the second time. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, it was a good experience for an 18-year-old like me. I learned a lot in that 2 years. I mean, it made a man out of me, really.
Now, something we forgot to talk about, and that was, I'm sorry, I just forgot about it. When you were in World War II, you had some kind of situation that arose with you and a general?
Oh, General Hodge.
Yeah, tell us that story.
Well, we'd been pushing the Japanese back. We'd been doing it for like 5 weeks, 6 weeks, somewhere. I don't remember how many weeks, but it was a lot of weeks. And General Hodge, when you're in the combat zone area, you don't have no identity, nothing. You don't wear no watches, no rings, no nothing. You just have your uniform on and that's it. Well, anyway, I was leaning against a tree, and I used to smoke those little Corina Larks. They're a little cigar about that long. And I smoked just to smoke, you know. But anyway, I was leaning against a tree, and I lit the cigar, and I was tired. Oh, boy, was I tired. I could have slept standing up. That's how tired I was. Anyway, this little short guy comes over, neat-looking, you know, neat-looking guy. He'd been out there with us, though, and he was muddy and dirty, just like the rest of us. And he came over and he said, "Son, can I have a light?" And I said, "Sure." And I got the lighter and finally got it lit, and he popped on it, and he says, "You tired?" And I said, "Boy, am I tired." I said, "I'd give two things, a nice shower and a bed." And he laughed kind of. He said, "Yeah, that sounds good to me, too." He said, "Well, we'll be doing that pretty soon," or something to those effect. It wasn't exactly those words. And I just took it for granted. You know, it's some guy, you know, and he walks off. And over comes the captain, and the major, and the colonel, and a couple of sergeants and stuff. "Hey, Race, what did he say to you?" And I played nonchalant about it. I didn't know what they were talking about. I says, all he wanted was a light and on his cigar, and we talked about how tired we were and what we wouldn't give for a shower and a bath. And he says, "Don't you know who you were talking to? Real?" "No, sir." "You were talking to General Hodge. He's a 3-star general." Well, when I saw him the next time, he was a 4-star general.
Where was that?
Well, the war was over, and they had a big review. They call them regimental reviews. And the whole regiment goes out for an inspection. And,
How many men are in a regiment?
Oh, somewhere around 12,000, something like that, altogether. That's the armored division, all the big guns, you know, the 105 howitzers and all that stuff. They had them, and they had the half-tracks, and then you got the infantry and all that, and you had your radio men and all that. So it was a whole batch of us. Anyway, we're out on the parade ground, and we'd been getting ready for this thing for like 4 days. I mean, the old man was really after us. Get the uniforms clean, get them everything pressed, do this, do this, do this. I want to see, I can see my face in the boots. He'd come through, and I don't like your boots, and he'd make you do them over again. Anyway, we finally got it, and my BAR, the old man didn't like my strap on my BAR, so I had to go over to the armor division and get a new strap put on it, and had that done. And then we practiced for review, and the band would come out there and play, and we'd all march. You know, and we'd bring your flags down, your company flags and the United States flag, you know, and everything. And then you'd go into your ranks, and you'd go down, around, come back, and then you would face the reviewing stand. And then you would open ranks. And then the general would come down, and there was I mean, we're talking 1, 2, 3-star generals, 4-star general, you know, colonels, you know, I mean, we're packed with, you know, higher echelon in the Army. And anyway, he came down the ranks. He was out there about, 20 minutes or so, checking everybody over. And all at once he walked up, and he come across, and he come to our company. And we were all standing at attention, you know, he came down the row, and he stopped right in front of me. I couldn't believe it. And he turned to me, he said, "Well, son, we finally got that shower and that sleep, didn't we?" I said, "Yes, sir, we sure did." He said, I said to him, "I really appreciate it," because then I knew who he was, see? And he was a 4-star general then, you know. And some of the guys smiled, you know, in the company that was with him, you know. But later on, the captain come over, said, "Boy, I'd like to know who in the hell you know in the Army." That's what he used to say. I said, "I don't know anybody." He said, "Well, he stopped again." I said, "Yeah, he did." But I was so shocked when I found out that he was a 4-star general. But he was neat. He was a neat guy. He was in the Philippines all through the war, and he wasn't sitting at a desk neither. He was out there in the combat area with us.
Did you ever get to see any other generals while you were over there?
No, I saw General MacArthur one time, but it was a long distance. He was getting into a sedan, and I was way at the other end of the parade ground, but I actually saw him. And then that's about all I ever saw as far as that goes.
Okay, now let's go back. You're home from Korea. Now, you are out of the Army now?
Oh yeah, I'm done. Yeah, I was released from the Army, and that was in November or December.
Of what year?
1945. No, wait a minute. No, 46. And yeah, it was November or December of 46. I came home, and I was dating your mother then. You know, your mom and I were going together.
Had she been writing you during the war?
Oh yeah. In fact, there's letters out in the garage somewhere, a whole bunch of them. I don't know who it was. I think it was Reuben and all them sitting out there one day, and they were laughing like crazy. And I said, "What's going on?" "Oh, we're reading some of your love letters," and they're out in the garage somewhere. But yeah, I read a couple of them, and I said, "Oh my God, did I really write that?" I mean, you know. But I came home. February was the start of the term for Venice High School, so I went over and registered, and I took a SEC test for the Board of Education because I was a veteran, and I passed it, so they put me as a senior, and that was 1947 of February.
So what did you do in between that time you arrived and the time you went back to school?
Well, we had Christmas and the holidays and everything there, and then I was working. My dad got me a job working for J.E. Young Pipeline Contractors. My dad was a welder, and he got me a job digging ditches. But I actually didn't dig ditches. What I did, I operated a jackhammer. And to tell you how you do it, I ate 2 sandwiches and a quart of milk for lunch every day. Boy, that thing made you go hungry. But then school started, and then I went back to school.
All right, and so you were in your senior year?
Yeah, I was in my senior year.
Were you glad to be back at school?
Oh, there was about 8 or 9 fellas that came back from the war that were considered veterans, and Richard Bonner next door was one of them. And we all went back to school. We were called in by the principal, I'll never forget him, Mr. Shaw. and he called us in his office, and we all sat down, and he says, I don't want you to hold hands with the girls, we don't want you to kiss the girls, we don't want you to show any affection or anything on the campus, because you guys have been in the service, and, you know, they think you're, you know. And I said, no problem with me, but I was going with Norma Lee then. And then Norma Lee got wind somehow about the talk we had. Somebody had told her what they'd said. So during that particular, from February till June, every time she saw me, she would kiss me or hug me or something like that. I said, don't do that. If Mr. Shaw ever sees it, he'd kick me out of school, But Mom did that all through my last 6 months of school.
All right, so you only had to go to the school for 6 months in your senior year.
Yeah, February, March, April, May, and June. I graduated.
Did the students in the school treat you any different because you were a veteran?
No, we had a veterans club. We sponsored a couple of noonday lunch dances. They treated us just like we were a student.
Did you go back to playing the trombone?
Yeah, I went back and played with the band for a little while, and we didn't have football season then, but I played with a little prep band that used to play at the basketball games. Yeah.
Now, during those last 6 months, was school a lot easier than the first 2 years?
Yeah, for me it was, because you concentrated more and you spent more time, but I had 2 periods of biology, and man, I tell you, I struggled with those 2, but the rest of the class I did very well. I did, I worked out in the, I was in the gym. I had gym one period, and I had English and biology and history. I think that's what I had to make up to get me to the college level.
Was it hard to adjust after you had some time that you spent in Korea to kind of calm down, but was it hard to adjust to being out in the jungle and fighting and killing and being in a classroom less than 6 months later?
Yeah, it was a strange feeling. You were very nervous. If you heard a car backfire or something like that, you would lunge, kind of, because you knew something was going to happen,
Mm-hmm.
And I did that a few times in school. One time at lunch, we were having lunch, and I was sitting out there with Norma Lee and Carmen and all of them, Jackie and Marlene and all of them, and the car backfired, and I literally went right across Norma Lee's lap. I dove. And it was just, they were astounded, Norma Lee especially. What happened? I said, it was a reflex, I told her. I said, but it took me a long time after I got out of the Army to forget about it and what went on in my life there.
So was the last 6 months of school, was that a happy time for you?
I had a good time. School I did fairly good. My grade level was a little better than the first 5 years of school I had.
Where was Morris at this time?
He was going to Venice. He was playing basketball with the Venice High School basketball team. He was doing his thing, me and him.
And where did you live at this time?
Well, we lived back down there in our hut, as we called it.
So Morris had stayed there all that time?
Yeah, he stayed there all the time. He used to go over and stay with my dad a lot, and sometimes with my mother, I understand, but I never questioned him on that.
Did you have a senior prom?
Oh yeah, we had a prom and everything. We went to the prom.
Who'd you take?
I took Norma Lee. Mm-hmm. We had a fish pond out in front of the campus in those days. They had a fish pond out in front. It was about 6-8 inches deep, and they had all kinds of goldfish in there and stuff. Yeah, it was nice. We met. Where did we go? We went to the place. Oh gosh, what was the name of that place? Over in Hollywood. What was the name of that club? I can't remember now, but maybe I'll think of it later. But anyway, we went there and we had dinner. Somewhere I've got a picture of us at that club. Then we came back to the campus about 1 or 2 in the morning, and we all went to Santa Barbara to have breakfast. And there was a place in Santa Barbara called the Blue Onion, And it was famous for students going there and they'd take a picture and hang it on the wall. And they had pictures back to the 1900s of people that would come there and have breakfast. And Venice High School had their share up there, you know. And then we come back to campus. At 8 o'clock we had to turn in all our gowns and hats and everything so we get our deposit back. And then we went home and went to bed. That's the first time I think Normally stayed up all night. Because I told her, Mom, we're going to be out all night, you know. And she said, well, I hope you guys don't get drunk or anything like that. Well, I didn't drink in those days anyway. I could drink, but I didn't like drinking at all. I had enough of it in the service when I was doing MP duty and watching those idiots getting drunk and killing one another.
Tell me about your graduation.
Well, graduation was up in the auditorium in Venice. We didn't have a big class. I think there was about 186 or something like that. I'm going to my 50th class reunion. This 1995. I'll be 50 years in June.
Did they have any special recognition for you because you were a veteran at the graduation?
No, they didn't have anything. They treated us just like a student. And we all were glad that it was done that way because we'd had enough of the service and I didn't want to go through.
Did your class members treat you different? They knew,
yeah, a little bit. But they didn't go, you know, crazy or anything. They just knew I was a veteran and I had to come back. And I graduated in '47. And the kids in '47, you know, they were on the tail end of the war anyway. You know, most of them were only 12 and 13 years old, or 14, somewhere in there.
What did you feel that day that you graduated?
Well, I felt good because of the fact that I'd done something that a lot of them didn't want to do. They didn't want to go back to school, which they didn't. And I did what I thought was right. I went back to school and got my education, got my diploma, and then I went looking for work.
So did you feel good when you had that diploma?
Oh yeah, I was thrilled to death that I finally got through high school and got it out of the way.
Back then, that was
a
major.
Oh, that was a big thing in those days, especially with the veterans, because I forget where I read one time the percentage rate of veterans going back to high school to get their diploma was zilch. And I was real pleased that I did go back because I enjoyed school. I enjoyed high school. And not because of the fact that it was high school, but I had a lot of friends and we had a lot of fun. We did a lot of things in Venice in those days.
And did you miss Venice High School after you graduated?
Not too much. I was more concerned about getting a job because Normally and I got married in August. I graduated in June and we got married in August.
So it was June what year that you graduated from?
47.
47. And do you remember the grades you got those last 6 months?
If I remember, I'm just going to take a guess at this because I don't remember, but I got 1A and I got 3 B's and 2 C's, if I remember. And biology was the C's. Boy, I struggled with that.
Who came to your graduation?
My mom and dad, my brother, my sister.
Did they give you any gift because you graduated?
My dad gave me $10.
Is that a lot of money?
Oh, in those days, yeah, it was. He said, there's not anything I give you, but I can give you this. I don't want to give you $10. And I said, Dad, you don't have to. And he said, no, I didn't give you anything when you graduated from Betsy Ross.
And so it's kind of a reward, huh?
Yeah, he was glad I finished high school.
Tell me, describe for me what your dad looked like. What was his personality? What did he look like?
Well, really,
at that time.
Oh, people ask me all the time. They say, "Boy, you look like your dad."
Do you think you look like him?
Oh yeah, you can see pictures of my dad. I don't have too many pictures of my dad. He wasn't much of a picture man.
Is your personality like him?
I think in some ways it is. I don't know if it is all of it, but a portion of it is. Yeah, he was he had all his hair, and I never really saw him sick. He was in good health all the time, right up till the day he died.
Did he ever crack jokes, or was he serious?
No, he cracked jokes. Me and him used to... Excuse me, I gotta get a drink. When after the war was over and I got home and got married, I used to go over there once in a while and we'd have oysters. He was good at cooking oysters. We loved oysters, me and him. And sardines and crackers and cheese. Oh boy, we did a lot of things like that at lunchtime.
What was your mom like at that time? What did she look like?
Well, Mom was a pretty woman. She was very pretty. She had a nice personality. She was always watching over us. She always was very conscious of us kids that didn't get hurt or anything like that.
What were some of the ways that your dad and mom showed you that they loved you and your sister and brother?
Well, like I say, there wasn't a lot of affection. I guess that's why I'm the way I am, I guess. But they loved us, and they were always there when we needed them, and everything like that. My dad always had, even when I was older, and he was living over here with Dot on Stewart, and he always said, is everything okay, you know, do you need any money, blah, blah. And I said, no, Dad, I don't. So he was always conscious of how he felt.
Did he ever show you how he loved you as far as hugging you or kissing you or anything?
No.
What about your mom?
Oh, Mom, yeah. Mom would kiss us all the time. She'd always say, give me a kiss before you go, or something like that, you know.
Is there one event that ever happened that you remember in your life about your dad that showed you that he loved you?
Well, I think he always loved us. He just didn't show it, you know. He was a good dad. I can't complain. My dad was very good.
If you had to say some good things about your dad, about his qualities, what would you say?
Well, he was a good provider. He never caused any problems, you know, with my mom and everything. He worked hard. And in those days, you know, it was tough to make a living. And, you know, so he concentrated on working. I think that's what my big problem was when I worked at the beach and then worked at Hughes.
What'd your father do for a living?
Well, when he first started, he was an inspector for the milk farms, like Ador's, Arden's,
What did he inspect?
Newton. The milk. He tested. He had a license to do that. And then he decided when the war started, he wanted to be a welder. So he used to go over to Santa Monica College at night and take up welding. And he graduated. He spent 3 years there, going to school, learning how to weld. One day he got a chance to take the Navy test for welding, and I went with him. And they had him welding this pipes and all kinds of stuff, flat stuff. And then they took this pipe, he had to weld it, and then they bent it. And if it broke at the weld, he flunked. Anyway, my dad's didn't break at the weld. It broke up above it, about 8 inches. It snapped. So my dad got a job with Todd Shipyards. And boy, in those days, they made big money. Yeah, he learned how to, my dad was a full, what I call certified welder. He welded underwater, and he used to do a lot of stuff for the Navy.
Is it true he used to weld steel 12 inches thick?
Oh yeah, stuff, real heavy stuff. Oh yeah, when the ships get torpedoed, they'd bring them into the harbor there and they'd fill the hole up with water. Then they'd drop these big hunks of sheets of steel, like 2 inches thick, real heavy things, drop them down the water, and they'd have guys put that plate up against the hull of the ship, and then my dad would tack weld them. And then after that was done, then he would weld them. I'd go around and weld them. And he used to get paid by the minute. Every minute he was underwater, he got so much money. My dad made good money in those days. That's when my folks started living pretty good.
And then after the war, what did he do?
After the war, he kept working as a welder.
Where?
At Hughes Aircraft.
And what did he weld there?
Oh, he was in the maintenance crew. He welded everything. I mean, you name it, he welded it. He welded water pipes, he welded brackets, something they needed in the cargo building and welded to the wall or something like that. He did all that. And he stayed there till he retired.
How many years was he there?
I think my dad was there about 16 or 18 years.
What gift did they give him when he retired?
A radio, and I still got it. I got the radio in there my dad got, and he got money. And they took his cutting torch and gold plated it, and they put it on a plaque. And Dot's got that at home stored in the closet.
And tell me, after he retired, did he do any other work?
No, he just stayed home and did his thing as a retiree. He said, where? I used to get a kick out of him. He used to say, where can you sit on your butt for $13 a day and do nothing? That was his Social Security. Yeah.
What did you like personally about your dad?
Well, the most I liked about my dad, he was my dad. He was nothing fancy. He was just a hard-working guy, trying to make ends meet, and that's what he accomplished in life. He wasn't no fancy dancy or anything like that. He just was a common old dad. He just did his job, and I was proud of him for that. He had no real set goals for himself. But,
did your father smoke?
yeah, he did up till about the last 10 years of his life. He didn't smoke anymore.
Did he drink?
Occasionally they'd have a drink out somewhere, or they'd go somewhere.
And how did your father die?
Well,
And when did he die?
well, now that's a good question. He's been dead about 16, 17 years, so that would have been back in 70.
And how did he die?
Well, he had a pain. Dot called me and said, Dad, something wrong with Dad. I went over and Dad was telling me he hurt right here. So we took him over to the hospital, Washington Hospital right here, and rushed him in, and they got him into critical care. And they wanted to operate on it. He had an obstruction somewhere in there, and it was causing trouble, and he wouldn't let him do it. But I said, Dad, you got to have it done. If you don't, you're going, it's going to cause more problems. He said, no, I don't want it. Anyway, we took him into the hospital about 7 o'clock in the evening, and I called my brother right away and said, Bud, you better get over here. Dad ain't going to make it, I don't think. And naturally in Oregon, they closed down the stupid airport like midnight. There's no flights. You have to go up to Seattle and then catch a flight and come down. Well, anyway, my brother never made it. My dad died about 11:30 that night. And we never did really find out what he died from because Dot didn't want to have an autopsy done on him. And I told her I thought that was a good idea.
And where's your dad buried?
My dad's buried over the Pasadena Mausoleum over in Pasadena off of Oak Street. And he's been cremated. And he's in a crypt over there where Dot's father is, her mother, and her brother, and then Dad. And then she's going to be buried there, and I think Phyllis is going to be buried there too.
Did your mother ever work?
Yeah, she worked for Hughes Aircraft in the cafeteria for a while.
What year was that?
It was in, I guess that was, it had to be in the 50s, somewhere in there, between 1950 and 1955.
And what did she do?
She worked in the cafeteria. She was a waitress. She was a waitress, and she served on the hot lines, they'd serve stuff.
Did she enjoy that?
She seemed to. I mean, she worked and had money in her pocket, which she never did have when we was living with Dad because they never had that kind of money to.
Did she have to work?
I don't think so. I think that was the start of my folks' problems when Mom started working because she got a little independent. My dad didn't like it. I never did really find out why my folks got divorced over,
What do you think they got divorced for?
Well, I think they just got tired of one another, really. And Mom wanted something different, and she got Frank, which I felt that was wrong to start with. I didn't like Frank at all.
Well, now, was that the only job your mother had, was working at Hughes?
Yeah.
And after that, she didn't work
No.
anymore? Okay.
Decks. But it finally wound up on the flight deck where the pilot and the co-pilot and the flight engineer and all them sit. And it's a big area. It's a huge area. And in fact, it's about the size of this room, just where the pilot and the co-pilot and the flight engineer sat.
What do you remember about that plane the most?
When it took off,
Were you there?
it had 4 engines on each wing. Huge motors. No, I was there about a day after they'd flew, but we saw pictures of it and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they, like I say, is that everybody that went there, they said, well, we did this or we did that, and I said, well, we made the staircase. Mm-hmm. It was beautiful.
Now, didn't your father work on that plane too?
Oh yeah, Dad made the guide rails for the aircraft so they could slide it off and on to this cradle that the aircraft would sit on, because it was so huge. It was massive. At that time, it could hold like 500 or 600 troops. But
was that the idea of building it?
that was the original intent, was to build it where they could move a lot of men at one time. They're still doing that today.
Now, they had made fun of him about that.
Oh yeah, he got brought up before the Congress about how he borrowed money from them to build it, and they all gave him the hard time about it. Well, it ain't gonna fly and all that. So I guess one day he got the plane out there, and they kicked the engines over, and they kind of glided down the breakwater there, where the water was real flat, and he just pulled the old throttles and put the engines full forward, and he went down the water, and all at once the thing would lift it up to about 10-15 feet in the air, and he brought it back down again. And he only did that just to show him it would fly, and it did. A lot of things that were on that aircraft are now on regular commercial aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
Like the strobe lights, that was all invented by Howard Hughes. And they're on the aircrafts now. You can see them passengers.
Did you ever get the opportunity to meet or see Howard Hughes?
I saw Howard Hughes only twice.
What was the first time?
Once he was it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. We were working on
What year?
let's see, I went to work in 1950. About 1954 I saw him. And he was over in the cargo building. He had I'll never forget it, he had a pair of blue pants, white tennis shoes, and a white shirt on.
And you said the cargo building where?
Over in Culver City.
Mm-hmm.
And he was walking down there, and there must have been 10 guys with him. And he was pointing out something to them. He had the world's largest helicopter then. We call it the Whirlybird. It was huge. It had a huge wingspan on it. I mean the blades. And I worked on the gears, the landing gears, the wheels. Those wheels had to be at least 4 or 5 foot in diameter. I mean, they were huge wheels.
And did Howard Hughes pass by you, or what?
No, he didn't come that close to me. The next time I saw him, he was in the aisleway with Les Mitchell and Red Canary and all those guys from the machine shop, because he wanted to build everything in his own specifications, so he had about one of the largest machine shops in the United States at that time.
And where was that located?
That was over in Building 5 there, off the cargo building. And that whole the whole length of that thing was nothing but a huge machine shop. He could build anything there. And that's what he did. I saw him then, and he was walking up the stairs with the guys, and I was pretty close. I was about 40 feet away from him. Watched him go up the stairs into the office there.
So you never interacted with any of the employees?
No, you don't. He was there, like I said, a lot of guys, like 2 o'clock in the morning, you'd work overtime. We were working on this missile. We had to get it ready for a firing that Friday, and there was no way, so they had a 24-hour deal where we worked on it 24 hours a day. It was bedlam.
Now, you also had worked on a few other programs, didn't you? Something about the Gatling machine gun?
Oh yeah, they had the machine gun that Northrop had on their F-89s. We built those also. We had a firing range out there. We used to fire them out there inside of the mountain. And then people up in Westchester started complaining, so they had to move the thing, and they moved it out on the desert where they fired them. Yeah, they built all their own equipment there for that Gatling, and they also built the nose cone for the Able 5, which was a satellite, communication satellite for Lockheed aircraft. And we made the nose cone. It was called Able 5, and that was a job. We went 24 hours a day on that thing to get it done for them.
And then you were in the tool crib, and you said you were laid off?
Yeah, then in 1968 I got laid off.
How many years did you work there?
18 years.
And why did they lay you off?
They just said that they were going to consolidate the stores, and I didn't have enough seniority. The guy that was in charge then was 20-some years. They let me go. That was a heartbreaker for me. It really hurt me, because I tried to find another job within the company, and I even told them I'd take a cut in pay because I was at the top of my classification, and nobody even wanted to talk to me then.
And so, where did you go from there?
Well, I went down to the beach. I was working part-time, at the beach, and I got a hold of Shell Jensen and told him I was getting laid off after 18 years with Hughes, and he couldn't believe it. And I said, is there any chance getting on with the beach so I could continue on, because we had rent to pay, and we'd bought that house on Braddock, and it was all kinds. He said, sure. So I went down, took the test, and I come in first, and they hired me, and I worked there.
When did you start working at the beach?
1950, somewhere around there.
And where did you work when you started?
Down at Dockweiler, at the fire pits. Yeah, and I stayed there for almost 28 years until we merged with the county, and then they started giving me a hard time, so I got out of there. And I retired. And then Monty...
Now, before you retired, didn't you go back to Hughes again?
No, I didn't go back to Hughes until I retired from the county.
In what year?
1970... Let's see, Monty called me. About 78, I guess. No, it was before that, because that's when I left the county, 78 or 79. It had to be early 70s, somewhere in there. I don't know the exact date. But anyway, Montrose called me. He asked me what I was doing. I said, well, I retired from the county, and I was trying to find a halfway decent job. He said, why don't you come on over and I'll put you in charge of my tool cribs. He said, I'm having a heck of a time over here. So I went over, and he got me hired again. And he hired me, and I went in and worked a couple of years, and he put me in charge of the tool crib, and then they took me out of the tool crib, made me the buyer for the tool crib. And I bought all the chemicals and fabrics and tools and all the stuff they needed to keep the tool crib running.
How did you feel about going back to Hughes after they laid you
Well, I was
off?
kind of excited because I did like that job. That was a good job. It was a good company to work for. You got a lot of benefits, everything that went with it. But it was one of those things that happened in life, and I loved it there. I liked it. I liked Hughes, and I went to work for him, and I stayed there until 1979 or 80. It's pretty close to that area. And I had 7 years in, and the company came to me and told me they were going to have a massive layoff, and would I take an early retirement? I was up in my 60s then, and I said, sure, what do I get? He said, well, we'll give you 3 years on your age and 3 years on your service time. So I went from 7 years to 10 years, which is good. And then they added 3 years on my age, and it put me up there high enough to where I got a pretty good retirement. and I retired.
Did you do anything after that?
Oh, well, no, I didn't.
Now, you had some other jobs. Do you remember when you left Hughes, you had worked for a few companies.
Oh yeah, I went to work for, after the first layoff at El Segundo, I went to work for Leslie, Normally's brother at LMW Engineering.
And what did they do?
They worked on parking gates, mechanical, electrical, and I worked on those. And
Around what area?
in the valley. And then from there I took a job. I didn't like that at Leslie. They weren't paying me enough as far as I was concerned. Then I went to Farmer Brothers Coffee Company over on Figueroa there, and got a job there, and I was a planner there. And I'd set up the jobs, you know, for what we had to do.
And Farmer Brothers made brewmatics?
Well, yeah, brewmatics, yeah, right. They used to make coffee machines and coffee makers and all kinds of stuff. Beakers.
Who was it that didn't like you working there?
Oh, what was his name, that German guy? I forget his name now, and he's still there. I asked one of the coffee guys one day, what was his name? It was a German fella. I think the reason why he didn't like me, he thought I was Jewish. Yeah. And I always said that, you know, that he laid me off because looked like I was Jewish.
And then
Gunther Berger, that was his name. Gunther Berger, and he's still there with them.
And then also, the church didn't like you working there either,
No,
did they?
no. No, the church didn't like it at all when I was working in a coffee. But I had to make a living, and you know, we bought the house there on Braddock, and we was pushing that.
Okay, now, so is that pretty much all the places that you worked?
Yeah, that was it. Okay. That was about it.
During your jobs, all the various jobs, did you ever receive any special promotions or awards?
Well, at Hughes I got awards for, in fact I got a couple of plaques around. One of them was for, we had certain materials that had to be used at a certain time. They were called shelf life items. And we set up a deal in the freezers where they would, I made them out of plastic so that you could read them. It would tell you exactly what the dates were that they were supposed to be used up. Because that was one of the problems. The guys would grab the old stuff and first, and the new stuff would sit there, and they had to use the new stuff because it was made a little different. So I fixed it where it came out right, where the material they used was what they had to have.
Did you ever design any new tools?
No. Well, I did. I made a kind of like a Cleo. What they are is a little clamp that holds two pieces of metal together. Yeah, I designed one of those, but I never got anything for it.
Okay, and so were you happy with the careers that you chose, or do you...
Yeah, I was. I was happy with everything I did. I mean...
if you had it to do all over again, would you do it the same?
No. No, I wouldn't have went to work for the beach. I would have... Your mom kind of... It was too hard to work in two jobs, and I should have just educated myself a little better, so I would have got a better paying job.
But you were happy with the careers that you chose?
Oh yeah, and like I said, I was happy with what I did. I accomplished a few things.
Did you ever have to go to any specialized schools for training for any of the work that you did?
Yeah, at Hughes I did. I had to, for the chemicals and fabrics, I had to know exactly what they needed. I went to school there.
Let's talk about a completely different subject now. You were married only once.
Yeah, August the 8th, 1947.
Okay. And what was your wife's name?
Normally Race, or Normally Webb. At that time, that was her maiden name.
Is her name all one name normally, or is it Norma, middle name Lee?
No, it was all one. She used to get upset about that lots of times. But I told her, well, just tell people it's all one name, that's all.
So tell me when it was the very first time ever that you saw Norma Lee.
First time I ever saw her was Tony Redburn, who's my old buddy, lived on Braddock. And he lived 4 houses for Norma Lee. And I used to see her sitting out on the front porch. I said,
How old was she then?
She was about 15 or 16, somewhere in there. She was pretty. Norma Lee was a pretty girl, young, thin, skinny little thing in school. And I liked her, and I used to talk to her once in a while, and then we started getting to know each other, you know.
Do you remember the first time you talked to her?
Oh yeah, I remember the first time I ever talked to her. We was over at Tony's house. I said, I see that girl's over there sitting on the porch. He said, well, why don't you go over and talk to her, you know. He said her name is Norma Lee, and so I went over and talked to her, and she talked to me, and, you know, blah, blah, and that was the end of it right there. I mean, we just talked.
What was your first impression of her?
Oh, I liked her. I liked Norma Lee, even though, like I say, is that I was impressed with her, and she was, I was in high school then, and she was still in the, 6th grade or 7th or something like that at her school. So when she graduated and came to Venice, then we got to see each other every day then. And we started to talk and stuff like that. And one day, she told Jackie and all the girls that she used to hang out with, that she said, someday I'm going to marry that guy. And that was the end of it. And I never heard about it until, after we were been married a few years. Carmen come up to me one day and she said, well, you know, Norma Lee told us a long time ago she was going to marry you. And I said, I don't know how she figured that out.
Was there anything that was different about Norma Lee?
Well, no, she was a typical teenager, you know. She liked music and everything.
Tell
she
me
always
about.
kept herself up, you know. And
Now she had polio.
yeah.
Tell me what you thought about that when you first
Well,
met
when
her.
I first met her, you know, she was wearing a steel brace, and the brace was around her waist, and it had a rod here that held her whole arm up, you know, at that time. And in the interim of that, she was going to the Children's Hospital downtown, and they took that brace off.
Did you ask her why she was going down there?
Yeah, I asked her, and she said, well, I contacted polio. And I said, oh, that's too bad. And she couldn't use her hand. So I said, well, there's no problem there, you know. So anyway, she kept going there, and then they finally took the brace off, and then in the interim, because she was going to Venice High School, and she wanted the brace off, so they did take it off. And it went along, you know, it healed fairly well. And
did she have another brace that she wore after they took off the big
yeah,
long one?
they had a canvas one that she used to put her arm in once in a while. It'd get tired, and she'd put it in that. Then pretty soon she took that off, and that was the end of it. We never saw it again.
Was she very self-conscious about that?
Oh yeah, when she first started, yeah. Right up till the time she passed away, when we go out to a restaurant to eat for a steak or something, or we had to cut it, I used to cut it for her. She used to get embarrassed. And I told her, what do you want to get embarrassed about? I said, we don't care what those people think. You know, they have no idea what's... So that satisfied her, and so that worked out. And she would always think, will you cut my steak and everything.
Did she ever tell you anything about, gee, I've got polio, you shouldn't hang around me or anything?
Oh yeah, no, nothing like that was ever said.
No?
No, I was persistent after that. I started dating her. And
when was the first time you ever took her out on a date?
if I remember right, I think we went to the Palms Theater down off of Palms and Venice Boulevard there. And I forget the name of the movie we saw. But anyway, it was a good movie, and then afterwards I took her, we were going to go out to eat at a restaurant, and I was telling her about this little hot dog stand that we used to go to, you know, over on Pico, the New Way hot dog. So we went over there, and she got one of the hot dogs, and she fell in love with it. She said, oh my gosh, this is really great. Yeah, and she wasn't used to that because her and the girls used to date once in a while down on, they'd meet some Navy guys or Army guys down on the pier, you know, and she said they go around with them, but she said there was a lot of creeps. And
So when was the first time you ever kissed normally?
I think, if I remember, I think I kissed her on the first date. It wasn't a real kiss, it was just kind of a peck.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I didn't want to, you know.
So had you fallen madly in love?
Oh yeah, I knew I was going to marry her eventually, but I didn't know when, you know. And
Did you worry about things like, gee, if you got married, what were you going to do for a living?
yeah, I did. Well, I worried about that all the time I was married. Always worried about, you know, she wanted a house, and we bought the little, we rented for quite a while. We kept moving and renting and moving and renting and moving. Finally, we got a chance to buy that house on Braddock.
Let me ask you this. You had gone to World War II.
Mm-hmm.
How long had you known normally before you went to the war?
About a year and a half.
What did she feel about you leaving?
Oh, she didn't like it too well. She said, "Well, you marry me and all this," and I did, and I wrote her letters every day, almost every day, and mailed them out. And she mailed me letters, and yeah.
So you came home. How long after that did you propose to her?
Well, I came home in November, December, and that August, the following August, we got married.
When did you ask her to marry you?
Somewhere around February or March, I asked her dad. I said, "Is it okay if I marry normally?" He
Now, what happened? Tell me the story about that, because that was.
Well, he didn't really care too much.
Wasn't he a little intoxicated or something?
Well, yeah, he had been drinking a little bit or something, but Bertie was the one, you know. When I told Bertie, Mrs. Webb, when I used to call her Miss Webb, I told her I wanted to marry Norma Lee, and Norma Lee was all for it because she didn't like school. She wanted to get away, but from school, because she wasn't really that hep about. She didn't like high school too well. Things didn't go right for her, so.
Did that have to do with her arm, though?
No. It was just her grades and everything. You know, she just didn't have that charisma about him. You know, she wanted grindstone, and but she got married. We got married.
Now, you had gone in and asked her father if you could marry him. What did he say?
He said he saw no problem, you know, and he was, like you say, he was half intoxicated then. Then I asked Bertie, I want to marry Norma Lee, and she said, "It's fine," you know. And so we set up the whole thing, and we paid for the whole thing, me and Norma Lee.
Now, back up a little bit. And before you went and asked her mom and dad if you could marry her, how did you ask mom if she would marry you?
Well, let's see, we were sitting out in front of the house one night. We went to the show or someplace or got
her house?
Yeah, I wasn't too hep with it because she used to roller skate at the roller dome. There was a lot of creeps there, a lot of creeps. And there was one guy, I can't remember the guy's name, but yeah, you know, she kind of had a liking to the guy and everything. And I said, well, if that's what she wants, I guess it's all right with me, you know. I can't, you know. So anyway, in those days, you know, I was able to date, you know, like this girl, Mary Kennett, I used to tell you. And I liked Mary Kennett. She was really nice. Anyway, I was getting serious with Norma Lee, and I finally asked her, and she said, "Well, I won't give up my roller skating." I said, "Well, that's up to you, you know, whatever you want to do."
Why would she have had to give up her roller skating?
Well, I just didn't like the people that she was hanging around with at that time. They were a bunch of creeps, a lot of them, the roller skating. But there were some good people there. But I just didn't like it, you know, and it kind of hit me the wrong way. So I said, well, there's nothing I can do about it. Then all at once...
So where did you ask her to marry you?
In the car. We were sitting in the car in the front of her house. And I said, "I'd like to marry you." And she kind of just sat there for a few minutes, and She says, well, I don't know, I have to ask my mother and, you know, and all this and just, do you really want to get married, you know, or something like that? Because once in a while I'd come and we'd go on a date and I'd sit in the car and go to sleep. I was so tired. And normally we'd go in the house and then I'd go bang on her window. You go away, I don't want to talk to you. You went to, you know, you went to sleep on me on the car and all this. Oh, golly. I said, man, am I really doing a good job on this one? But she finally, she said, yeah, she would marry me. And we got married in August. But the unfortunate thing was that we had to pay for everything ourselves. Mom and
Well,
Dad.
let me ask you this. So neither one of the parents reacted too much to the fact that you were
They just
getting
kind of
married?
took it in stride.
And how long were you engaged before you actually got married then?
Well, I would say about 6 or 8 months, something like that.
And how'd you come up with the day that you got married?
She picked it up, normally.
Did she ever tell you how she picked it?
No, she just told me we're going to get married in August and 8th, and we decorated the back of Normalee's mother's house with bamboo and palm leaves, and we did the whole fence in palm leaves. We had a big wedding, and a lot of people came.
How many people showed up?
Oh, I don't know. It had to be at least a couple of hundred or more. And we filled the chapel, little chapel of the Dawn in Santa Monica. And that chapel was full, and they were standing up when we came. She got married, and we honeymooned up at Topanga Canyon.
Where at?
At Uncle Clarence's cabin up there. He had a home up there on Webb's Trail. And that's where we honeymooned.
What was Webb's Trail?
That was the name of the street. They named it after Uncle Clarence. He was chief of police then of Santa Monica.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And how many days did you honeymoon?
3 or 4 days, and that was it.
Okay. And you came back home?
Yep.
What was your impression of her? Was it going to be all it was?
She was a good cook. She was a very, you know, had things set up. You know, we'd have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, or whatever it was. And we started growing, you know, like any young couple. We wanted to get a house, and we could never have enough money to do it. And then finally, I started making a little bit of extra money doing overtime, so we had a chance to buy that home over there on Braddock. Basin Builders was the name of the company.
What were your first impressions about your in-laws when you first met them?
They were all right. Mom and them were all right. Dad got drunk all the time, though, on weekends. That was the only thing
Did that bother you?
Oh, yeah.
Had your parents drank?
My folks had what I call a social drink.
But they didn't get drunk?
No, they didn't really care. You know, Mom got along with Normalee pretty good.
All right, so you were married in Little Chapel of the Dawn, and who married you?
Earl White, Bishop White.
And he was the bishop of what ward?
I think he was bishop of the Santa Monica 3rd Ward.
All right, now, prior to this time that you had gotten married, you said you went to church, but your parents didn't?
Oh, yeah, my parents were never religious.
Okay, so the fact that a Mormon bishop was
it didn't bother them.
Bother you at all?
No.
Did he just do the normal ceremony?
Yeah, he did a nice, you know.
You promised to obey and cherish your wife?
Yeah, and all that, yeah.
Did he give you any counsel?
Oh, yeah, he counseled us and told us, you know, that difficulties that will arise, and you got to, you know, take the responsibility of talking it out and getting it.
And did both your parents attend the ceremony?
Oh, yeah. They all were there.
Any of your other relatives attend that you remember?
Yeah, there was quite a few of them that showed up.
Did you have a wedding breakfast?
Yeah, we had a wedding breakfast, and
where'd you have that?
We had that at Normalee's mom's house, if I can remember.
And what preparations did you have to go through before you could get married?
Well, we had to get our license and blood test and all that stuff.
All right. Did you?
Santa Monica.
Where did you go to get all that?
Santa Monica.
And
City Hall.
What were you thinking all this time?
Well, I, you know, was getting married, responsibilities, you know. you think about that, especially when you start working, because you want a job where you know you're going to have money coming in every week, you know, and she wasn't a worker. She didn't, for 3 years she didn't have any, you know, when she left school, people thought she was pregnant. And we laughed about that years later because you didn't come along until 3 years after we were married.
Well, let me ask you this now. When you got married, what did you wear?
I wore a tuxedo.
Tails?
Yeah, like that, yeah. And I also normally had a beautiful gown that she bought.
What did it look like?
Oh, it was pretty. It had satin with a kind of a knitting effect to it. It was real nice. I don't know what she ever did with that neither.
And what were some of the wedding gifts that you got? Do you remember any of them?
Oh, we got a lot of stuff. Yeah, we got all the regular utensils, you know, and everything. Toasters and all that. Silverware.
So she was a good cook?
Oh, yeah. Normally was very good. She always said that she wasn't that good of a cook. Can you...
All right, when you came back from your honeymoon, where did you first live?
We lived in that little dollhouse in back of Normalee's mother's house.
Where was that at?
It was on Braddock, right across the alley from their house.
And why did you live in a dollhouse?
Because you couldn't find a place to live. Houses were really scarce in those days, in '47. The war was just over, and you couldn't find any, everything was so high, so we rented that.
How much did you rent that for?
If I'm not sure, I think we paid $15 a month.
Did it have a bathroom in it?
Yeah, it had a bathroom in the garage. You had to go 10 feet away, go out the door and go through the side door of the garage.
How big was this house?
Oh, it was what's in one room. We had a sofa and a chair and a table, and then we had a counter, and we had a hot plates on them. We had 2 hot plates, and normally cooked on those, and we bring the water in pitchers. You know, we had 2 great big pitchers. She'd do all the cooking and everything there.
And after that, moving in and all that, where did you sleep? In that room?
Oh, the sofa. The sofa made into a bed. Yeah, it was a little crowded, but we made it.
How long did you live there?
About 4 or 5 months.
What was your routine when you first got married? Were
Well,
you working at the time?
Oh yeah, I was working at North American Aviation. I'd go to work in the morning with Normalee's dad.
What time?
It was around, we had to be at work by 7, so we'd get up at 6 or something like that. And we'd meet a guy out front of his house, and we'd ride to work with him. And it cost me, what, $1 or $2 a week or something like that. It was real reasonable, if I remember.
And you worked there all day?
Yeah, and then I'd come home at nights, and Normally was doing her little thing, cleaning and going over to her mom's all the time and doing things like that.
And what time did you usually have dinner?
Well, usually when I got home from work around 4:30 or 5.
Did you usually eat in your house, or did you go in her mom and dad's house?
Oh no, we ate in our own little house. Yeah, we ate there, and she, like I say, she was a good cook, but she always run herself down, telling her, "Oh, I'm not a good cook," you know.
And tell me what some of the adjustments were that you had to make when you first got married. Here you'd lived by yourself with just your brother for all those years. You'd been in the Army by yourself. Now here you are with this woman. And what was the hardest thing to get used to?
Well, you know, the routine things. Friday nights, we always used to, when we got paid, we always went to the grocery store and bought her. That was a routine. Friday nights, go get the groceries and then maybe stop and get a sandwich or something somewhere, you know.
That was hard for you
Yeah.
to get used to?
Yeah, it was for me, because we used to go out on dates, and stuff like that on Fridays, and
Uh-huh.
then we got the routine thing where just the basic things, we'd maybe take a ride down to Santa Monica and look around at some clothes and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
We didn't have much money in those days, and that was the hard part too.
So what was the hardest thing to get adjusted to after being married?
Well, just trying to make, ends meet. Wasn't easy.
And what did you do to make ends meet? What were some of the things
Well, we didn't.
what you used to do to save money?
We didn't save any money in those days.
You didn't?
No, our paycheck went out every week, every week. In fact, we'd get down to where there's very little money left to buy groceries during the week. So normally you'd have to improvise, yeah, she was good at that.
Were there ever any cooking disasters?
A few times, yeah. Normally would burn something or something, on the stove or.
You don't remember any specifics?
No, not that I know of, no.
And what would tell me what advice you'd give to those now if they were going to get married? Now that you've
Well,
been
it's
through
a different clientele of people now. Marriage don't mean too much to them, as you know. That I guess about half the people that get married now get divorced now within 2 years or something. And in those days, that was the hardest part for us, just getting started, because it was, and as I started making more money, then things can become a little easier for us.
Uh-huh.
And now today, the last, when I was, well, just before I retired, money was no problem for us then.
So what advice would you give people that are getting married now?
Well, I'd just say that they have to take the time and talk things out and make sure everything's, don't set too high of goals, for yourself. Just, play it by ear until you get things going right, and then do what you have to do.
I forgot to ask you, who was your best man at the wedding? Did you have a best man?
Yeah. Trying to think who that was. I think it was Tony Redburn.
And who was Mom's
Her
maid?
sister, Ella.
Ella?
Yeah.
And how old were both of you when you got married?
Well, normally it was 16. I was 20.
She had already turned 16, or she
Yeah.
was almost 16?
She was 16 in April, and we got married in August.
And that was 1947, you
Seven,
said?
right. Mm-hmm.
Was there any funny experiences or events that kind of happened before any of the kids first came along that you remember when you were first married?
No, I can't think of anything. We used to go camping with Normalie's folks up to Big Bear, a place called Pitcher Tent. We talked about that lots of times. That was a real fun time for us.
Uh-huh.
Until you kids come along, I mean, we enjoyed life. I mean, we seemed to be doing all right.
Okay, did you enjoy that time when it was just you and Mom before the
yeah,
kids?
we
or
did,
you
but we
want
wanted
kids?
to have a family.
Now, why did you wait 3 years before you had any kids?
Well, money-wise, really. Normally, had to go to the Santa Monica clinic to have you.
Yeah.
It only cost us something like $80 or $90.
So mainly the main reason was his money.
Money. Yeah.
All right. Now, when did you first find out from Mom that she was going to have a baby?
She told me at dinner one night.
What'd she say?
She says, "I think I'm pregnant." I said, "Really?" She said, "Yeah, I'm going to the doctor tomorrow." And she did, and it was confirmed that she was pregnant. And yeah, we were excited.
So
That's when we moved to, well, we had moved during that time, over on Inglewood Boulevard in an apartment.
Inglewood and what?
Down near Culver Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
Then we moved up to Braddock and Centinela in the Anthony Moto's parents' house. They had a little two-bedroom house there. and it was $48 a month. Boy, we didn't know how we were going to make $48 a month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's where you were raised for a long time until we bought the Braddock house, and then that was it.
All right. So Mom became pregnant, and there were some drugs that she took. Do you remember anything about that?
Mm-hmm.
Sebesterol?
No?
Okay. All right. Was Mom's pregnancy easy?
Not what you
Very
call.
first one?
No, well, it was her first child, and she seemed to take it in stride, you know.
How'd you handle it?
Oh, I was a nervous wreck. Yeah. When you were being delivered in Santa Monica Hospital, I went outside and threw up. I never forgot that.
All right. Now you had said Mom went to a clinic because she didn't have money.
Santa Monica Clinic, yeah, we had you for, gee, it was real cheap. But we didn't have that kind of money in those days, and so they took you through the clinic.
Mm-hmm.
It was neat.
So I was actually born where?
Santa Monica Hospital.
Okay. And do you remember anything about that birth? Were you there when I was born?
Oh yeah, I was there.
No, I mean in the delivery room.
Oh no, they didn't do that in those days.
All right.
No.
So you were pretty tense and all that.
Oh yeah, I got
sick.
Went outside and threw up.
And then when was I born? You remember, in the morning or at night?
I think it was about 8:15 in the evening, if I'm not sure.
And who came out and told you whether you had a boy or a girl?
Well, I came back in and the girl said, your wife has delivered a little boy, the nurse told me.
And what'd you
I
feel
said,
about
oh,
that?
great. And he went up, and they had the babies in there, and then they rolled you over, and it said baby race on it, and I looked at it, and then I went in and told Norma Lee, and I said, you said it's sure cute, you know.
Who named the first baby?
Oh, Mom did. Mom did all the naming.
How did she choose the name?
Don't ask me. I have no idea. I said, well, she took Robert, and then Wayne she got from my brother. My brother was Morris Wayne.
I see. Okay, and was the birth easy for Mom?
Like I say, I don't remember it being real hard for her, but it was an experience for her because it was the first one.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember anything special about that birth?
No, other than that she got pregnant and she was booming. I mean, she was blossomed right out, boy. I mean, I think you weighed about like 10 pounds 2 ounces or something like that. You were a big baby.
Describe how Robert looked at early age, 1, 2 years old, something like that.
Well, you basically the pictures that we have, you know, in the book, you looked like a race. You used to go with me a lot of times, and you'd stand behind my shoulder while I was driving, and you always stood behind my shoulder here because in case I had to stop in a hurry, you'd hit me, you know. And you went everywhere with me. I mean, I go running just to some place, you'd go with me. Yeah.
And do you remember anything about like first words or anything like that I said?
No, I don't.
Okay. Personality-wise, what was I like when I was small?
You were a good baby. Yeah, you were a good baby.
Did you remember any illnesses?
No. I don't remember anything that...
Do you remember anything about your thoughts as far as what you had hoped you'd grow up to be?
No, I never did.
What was your philosophy about child rearing?
Well, we wanted to do a good job, and we knew we were going to have more than one. And you didn't touch anything. Mom taught you real fast not to touch anything in the house, you know. And you were good about that. You didn't go picking up stuff. And
What did the other relatives think about the fact that you finally had a baby after all these
They
years?
didn't say too much.
They didn't?
No.
What did your parents say?
Oh, my mom and them?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they were glad. Yeah. When you were little, they paid, attention to you kids, but as you got older, they just seemed to pull away.
Mm-hmm. What was the hardest thing about having a baby?
Well, for her, it was just trying to get through the 9 months. And me, it was to worry about how we were going to support him and buy the things he needed, the crib and the beds and all that stuff. That was hard. We always, if we couldn't buy it new, we always bought it used. We always found something, that... I used to give you a bath in the sink in the kitchen all the time. You loved that. You loved to take a bath in the sink.
And was it time consuming, or did you get a lot of sleep when the first baby came along?
Not really. We didn't, we just took turns, taking care of the baby.
Did Mom breastfeed or bottle feed the
No,
baby?
she breastfeeded the first.
Mm-hmm. And what did you did you show any special ways of affection towards your children? Towards the first
just
baby?
basically kissing, and hug you and all that stuff like any normal dad does.
And let's go on to the next child, Raymond. When did you find out that Mom was... Well, wait, before Mom was pregnant with Raymond, she got pregnant again, didn't she?
Yeah, and she lost that baby.
Tell me what happened on that.
Well, she just couldn't hold it.
Well,
She was
something
in
had
bed.
happened to her, though, didn't it?
Yeah, she fell. She was working at Hughes.
How far along was she?
She, about 3-4 months. She fell, and she was in bed for about 6 months. And I had to do all the cooking and stuff like that.
She couldn't even get out of bed?
No, she still lost the baby. And then we said, well, we'll have to play it by ear and see what happens. And so then we decided to have another, and that's when we had Raymond.
Well, now, she had laid in bed for 6 months?
Yeah, close to that.
Was the baby still alive at that time?
No, she miscarried, and they had to, take the baby.
How far along?
Well, it was early stages. She just couldn't keep the baby. She kept bleeding all the time, so.
And they never equated that with the
No.
fact she fell at work?
They probably did, but they didn't want to mention it because she would have. But anyway, that was a heartbreaker for her. Then we decided we'd have another one, so we had Raymond.
How long after that?
It wasn't too long. It was about a year.
And so how did Mom tell you the first time that she was going to have another baby?
No, I don't remember that.
Tell me what you remember about Mom's pregnancy with Raymond.
Well, she was the same thing as with you. She was huge, very uncomfortable, But she got through it, and he was a healthy little thing.
Mm-hmm.
He was a good baby.
Where was Raymond born?
Santa Monica. He was born in Santa Monica.
And where were you living at the time when Raymond was born?
We were living in the Braddock house. On Braddock.
So how did this work? Was it as enjoyable the second time as it was the first time?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
What did Raymond look like when he was born? You remember?
Just like he does today. He was a skinny little thing, and even though he weighed, he didn't weigh 10 pounds. I forget what he weighed, something like 9.2 or something like that. But no, he was a good baby.
What was he like when he was growing up, small?
Well,
Was he an active baby, a quiet baby?
yeah, he was pretty quiet a lot of times. You wouldn't know he's around until he cried, you know.
And was there any illnesses with Raymond that you remember, or
No,
any things that he had to overcome?
no, not that I know of.
Okay. And then after that was Karen.
Yeah.
All right. Did Mom want another baby because she wanted a girl, or
Well, no, we had another baby and she got pregnant.
she didn't ever say anything about wanting a girl, or?
No, she would have liked one, I think. But Karen came along.
How many children did Mom want?
She only wanted 3. She got 3.
How many did you want?
1. That was enough because I had to worry about making a living for us. That was my main thing, trying to make a living for all of us to make ends meet.
Mm-hmm. And when Mom became pregnant the 4th time with Karen, what did you think?
Well, that time I said, oh my gosh, 4 kids. I said, how am I going to feed all 4 kids, you know?
3 kids. Right.
And then here come along Karen, and
what do you remember about Mom being pregnant with Karen?
oh, she was happy because when she was born it was a girl, and she loved to make these fluffy dresses and stuff for her, and new boys came along, and you know, you kept me busy. You always liked to work in the car, and you'd run around and do your little things, you know.
Now, when Karen was born, do you remember whether the pregnancy was easy for Mom that time, or?
Well, by that time she was getting pretty good at it, and she was able to have it fairly easy. But it's still, you know, pregnancy's a pregnancy.
Do you remember the doctors that delivered the babies?
Jiminy Christmas, no.
Oh.
Was Dr. Snow involved with you and Raymond? I don't know who the doctor was for Karen.
Where was Karen born?
Santa Monica. All you kids were raised in Santa Monica, you know, I mean, yeah, Santa Monica, but I can't think of the doctors.
So was Karen a good baby too?
Yeah.
When she was small, did she cry? Did any of the kids cry, or?
Oh yeah, they cried once in a while, you know, and stuff like that. But they were pretty normal kids. Yeah, we used to take rides on Sunday and take you kids and go on picnics, and it was a lot of fun.
What was the major concern of yours when you had 3 kids in the house?
Well, my concern was making a living for all of us.
And what about the kids themselves? What'd you always worry about the kids?
Well, the kids we always worried about. Well, we're fortunate enough you were right across the street from the school, so we didn't have to worry too much. We just walk you across the street and you were at school. You didn't have to walk any distance.
And what were some of the things that made each of your kids special to you?
Well, I don't think they were special. I just think that you all basically were the same, really. You all played out in the backyard and did your thing. And
then tell me about Teresa. How did that come about?
I'm still stymied over that one. I remember normally talking to me about having another girl, and I said, well, gee, we don't want to have no work. By then I'd been fixed. So I said, well, I don't know. She said, well, we can adopt one. I remember Karen was very...
Now you said fixed. Were you neutered?
Yeah, I was neutered. Anyway, Karen thought that was a good idea, and normally started the procedure, and I went along with it. And we finally got Teresa. She was only, what, 5 days old when we got her from the county. That's how I got involved with the Adoptive Parents Association. Yeah, and we grew up. She grew up, and
So
before we know it, we had 4 kids.
tell me a little bit about that adoption, as far as
Well, it wasn't.
what did they do? Did you make the first contact?
Yeah,
or-
you have to pay, you make out paperwork, and a social worker comes out and checks your home, talks to you and see what your mental state is like.
And
And
you
all
were
that.
living on Neosho?
No, we were. Yeah, right, we were. No, and we had the house on Braddock, and we decided to sell it. And we in those days, I think we paid $8,000 for the house. We originally bought it, and we sold it for 20-some thousand dollars when we sold it. And she come over here and saw this and liked it and bought it.
Now, let me ask you, as far as they came out to the house to ask about the adoption,
Oh yeah, they went.
you went along with it, or you wanted another one?
Oh yeah, I went with it because I told her, I said, if you want another baby, we'll just have to go through the normal adoption. I didn't think we'd make it, because there are a lot of restrictions. But we did. She got a baby 5 days old.
And did they give you a choice of children to choose from, or did they choose
No,
the baby?
didn't. Oh no, we had our choice. They said, well, we got a little girl coming. Are you interested? And he said, yeah.
Did they tell you anything about her
No.
parents or anything, what they did? Or?
No, we didn't get that till after we had her. Then they sent a letter.
And so you were all approved. You went where to?
Inglewood office over here off of La Brea. And, pardon me, La Brea, what was this cross street? I don't remember the cross street, but anyway, we went to the Inglewood office, and that's where we got her. They brought her, they had a little room where they had a little cradle in there, and they brought her in, and we normally fell in love with it naturally. And
Well, what'd you think?
oh, I thought it was great. I mean,
How old was the baby?
5 days, just a baby. And so we took her and brought her home, and you kids were all lovey-dovey with it and spoiled the heck out of her. And
Let me backtrack here just for a second. Who named Raymond?
Mom,
Both the first and his middle name?
she named them all.
Now, wasn't
Karen?
Raymond named after a doctor?
Yeah, Raymond Kent.
Now, the doctor's name
Dr. Kent was up on the corner here.
Ferry Raymond Kemp.
Huh?
Wasn't his name Ferry Raymond Kemp?
I don't remember what his name.
I think that was. And Karen, who was she named after?
I don't know, Mom named her.
Do you remember why she chose the name Karen and
I have
Diane?
no idea.
And who named Teresa?
Mom? She named all you kids. She wouldn't say, what do you think? She says, how does so-and-so sound? I said, well, whatever you want to name it, because I didn't know, how to pick a name. And
What's the one thing you remember about, let's go through each, Teresa, growing up? What do you remember about her?
oh, she was a stinker. I could have gladly killed her a couple of times, but I didn't. She was just at that stage in life where she was spoiled rotten. That was her big problem. And you kids had already started growing up, so there wasn't much there. You go to school and do your thing, and by the time, so all this time while you were gone, Mom had Teresa. And she was going through the pains with her, learning all this stuff. And
What were some of the things that you remember about Teresa, other than that? Any special sports she did, or things in school?
She was a baton twirler. She started a real early age with that. And we used to go with the college, Santa Monica College. Yeah, we had a lot of fun.
And what about Karen? What do you remember
Same
about
thing.
her?
Same thing. She was,
Karen twirled a baton?
no, she was a flag girl.
For what?
Well, for Venice High School.
Did she ever get
And
to
then-
go anywhere with the band?
Oh yeah, and then she went on to be flag girl at college,
Which college?
Santa Monica. Yeah, and she was in that, and They had a lot of fun. It was a good activity for them because it just wasn't going to school all the time. They had other activities, you know, to do.
What do you remember about Raymond? Any special activities he did?
Well, he was played in band, and he did his little thing. And
What did he play?
trombone.
Trombone.
Yeah, he played the same as I did. He just enjoyed it.
Who does Robert most resemble? You or Mom?
Probably Mom a little bit. I don't know. You resemble Mom a lot.
And who did Raymond resemble the most?
Oh, I definitely think that he was Mom, like Mom. He had a little bit of me, but he's really Mom's. He's even got the, what would you call it? Her charisma, like her. Yeah.
And what about Karen?
Karen's a lot like me. Yeah. And then things she does and do. But she looks like her mother. In fact, I bet you within the resemblance will even be more in about 10 years. And Teresa, even though she was adopted, she still has a lot of traits that look like the races.
Okay. Tell me about some of your close friends after your marriage. Who were some of your friends that you had?
Well, I had all my old friends from school.
Name a few of them.
Well, there was Tony Redburn. He
And who
still
was he?
is. He still is.
Was he your best buddy?
Yeah, we ran around together in high school all the time. And then there was Gordon Williamson, who lives in Reno.
And who was he?
His dad was head of the golf course up here at Fox Hills for years. And yeah, he was the one that found, I don't know if you remember, there was called a Black Dahlia. A woman got murdered, and she had a Black Dahlia, a flower in her hand, and they found her up in the parking lot there, and Gordon was the one that found her. We used to go down a hill, and then you'd go into the maintenance yard where they kept all the lawnmower equipment and stuff for the golf course.
So you knew him from the beach?
No, from high school. We were little kids. You know, he went to Betsy Ross too. And then there was Gordon, and let's see. Then there was let's see, who do I forget? There's somebody I'm missing. Well, I ran with Anthony Moto.
Who was he?
An Italian kid. His folks owned property over here on Centinela, and they owned the only Shell station around here at one time. And it was on the corner of Braddock and Inglewood. I mean Braddock and Centinela. And we used to run with him. Donald Pierce, I still see him all the time. And they lived right over here off of Washington Boulevard by Kaiser. In fact, he's got his mom's house up for sale now. His mom passed away about 1.5 years ago, and they finally got that old house. It's a real old house inside. I mean, they never did nothing to it. But the property's worth a lot because it sits right on Washington Boulevard.
And who else were friends?
Let's see, there's Donald, and that's about the extent of it, really, I guess. There was probably other ones I forgot, but I just can't think of them right